answer all the questions that have been presented and answer any other ones as well. Just to give an overview of the project history, the borough's been reviewing alternatives for the 3 existing sanitary treatment plants, the STPs as they're called, since 2011. In 2017, a report from our engineer advised us that the STPs were nearing the end of their useful life. The decommissioning plan did not require amendment to the wastewater management plan. There have been 12 meetings with multiple agencies since 2017 in Trenton. And those meetings with the DEP were had with Division of Water Supply and Geoscience, Water Allocation, North Permitting, DEP Office of Water Resource Management Coordination, and the DEP Water Quality Management Planning, as well as the Highlands and numerous other factions of the DEP Water and Sewer Department that sit in on the meeting. I can assure you that at that conference room, there were at least 19 to 23 people at once sitting around the room as we discussed the need for Oakland. The alternatives, the reports of meetings by mayor and council were made at public meetings during this period. The alternative analysis was of the 3 possible opportunities we had to fix the problem, or to build a single new sewage treatment plant in the borough to accommodate all 3, to rebuild the Chapel Hill, Oakwood Knolls, and Skyview Hillbrook STPs. And the third one was to convey the wastewater flow from the borough to Northwest Bergen County Utilities Authority, NBCUA, from here on in, the sanitary sewage collection system for treatment. The borough determined that the best alternative is to convey the wastewater to the NBCUA, which is the major facility in the northwest part of Bergen County. As far as possible future sewer system expansions that everyone's been asking about, the borough has been meeting with the NJDEP to allow us to consider bringing sanitary sewers to the new areas in the borough. Approval of wastewater management plan, or as we call the WIMP amendment, is required for any expansion of the existing sewer service areas. Currently, we do not have required approvals for any expansion, and the infrastructure being designed to transmit flow to NBCUA does not enable sewer connectivity to any future sections of the borough. I want to make that clear. This is a standalone project that won't have any other intersecting sewer lines coming into it in the future. And any future expansions of the sewer service area would require their own individual sewer service infrastructure. I'm going to pass this on to our attorney operations, John Napolitano.
Thank you, John. So John Napolitano is our sewer engineer. And I just want to repeat before we really get going tonight from Councilman Bialy. Some of you heard the phrase phase 1, the sewers. That was something designated by the New Jersey DEP, has nothing to do with it. This sewer wastewater management that we're doing now to fix a problem of the 3 plants has nothing to do with the possibility, and I emphasize the possibility of sewering the town. It is, as John Bialy said, it's a standalone project. Maybe someday we will get sewers. It's my dream that we will have sewers running through downtown, but this is totally separate. So John Napolitano, thank you. Sewer operations.
John, you gotta unmute yourself.
Did we lose John
Okay,
Napolitano?
no, for some reason it wouldn't let me unmute. That's fine. I just unmuted. Okay. As many of you are aware, the borough runs their sewer utility. They run a sewer and water utility. Due to the way the budgeting works for that, the costs of the utility are paid for by the users. It works that way for water, it works that way for sewer. What happens is within that budget, and David can expand on this later if there's a question, all operation, maintenance, capital, debt service, operational costs, in order to operate the system within the guidelines of the DEP, are included within that budget. Next slide, please. Okay, so in August of 2018, the operator who was running the facility retired. The borough determined, after looking at a few people, to hire the Block Environmental to become the new licensed operator of the facilities. In September, the Block had come to the city and the borough and let them know that there were some existing violations for failure to report, and also some permit exceedances that were occurring at these facilities. The facilities, as you know, are older. Chapel Hill, which was built in about 1986, Oakwood Knolls, built in 1967, and Skybrook is somewhere approximately 50 years ago. As a result of these violations, the fact that these plants are not equipped long-term to meet the present permit requirements, the borough initiated meetings with DEP enforcement to review the violations, and also with water quality management at DEP, as they would be necessary for any approval for any project that needed to be done regarding the facilities. In addition, we had multiple meetings with the Highlands Commission, since they also have jurisdiction and needed to, at the time, believed to need to issue a consistency determination. After an extended period of time, the department agreed that it would be possible to decommission these facilities and to relocate the flow through Franklin Lakes to Northwest Oregon, which, based on the analysis, was the most cost-effective way to do that. However, we still had to deal with running the facilities over the next several years and to address the fines. As a result, the city, I keep saying the city, the borough entered into an administrative consent order. The purpose of the administrative consent order allows the borough, one, it reduced the fine of almost 50%. It's still a large number, and I understand that. It also allows us to operate with interim limits, which our present operator, the Block, feels that he would be able to manage, so we could avoid any additional fines. In exchange for that, we agreed to construct the new system within a certain specific time period. That's what Kevin Boswell will talk about. The use of an administrative consent order is fairly standard within the department in cases like this. In addition, we were required, as part of the administrative consent order, we fulfilled all the steps required, including public advertising, the interim limits. The department then made a determination that those interim limits were fine and that they would not cause any environmental damage, and they executed the agreement. So that's where we are right now. Kevin, you're next.
Kevin Boswell, our decommissioning plan. Kevin is our borough engineer.
You have to unmute.
There we go. There we go. Okay. Thank you, John. So as John alluded to, we had extended discussions with the DEP, and there was a real question while we were having negotiations regarding the ACO, whether they would allow us to decommission the plants and convey the wastewater to the Northwest Bergen Utilities Authority, or in fact, require that the borough reconstruct those plants in their current location and operate them and effectively create 3 new plants that were there. So the real question that we were faced with was, do we want to stay in the sewer business, or do we want to get out of the sewer business and convey this wastewater to Northwest Bergen Utility Authority? As you'll hear from Dave Young in a moment, we did an alternative analysis study. We determined that the most cost-effective solution was to decommission those plants, and I'll talk about each one of the plants in the sewer service areas that flow to those plants in a moment. And so we actually pursued that course of action as the recommended corrective action plan. So it does provide that all 3 plants will be demolished and converted into pump stations. There will be individual force mains that will service the flows that go to those new pump stations, is new constructed pump stations, and effectively those standalone force mains will allow the flows from those 3 sewer service areas to go to Northwest Bergen Utilities Authority. So the next slide, please. I'll go through each of the 3 sewer service areas. I'm sorry, we'll go through the timeline. The administrative consent order that we had back in June allowed us to go ahead with the decommissioning as an alternative. And then it required us to adhere to a schedule. The first milestone occurred on June 1 of this year, and it required that we submit a minor modification for our water allocation permit. That is actually a very substantial action. What it effectively means is that because the flows are no longer being placed into the Ramapo River Basin, there will be an interbasin transfer of that water over to the Northwest Bergen Utilities Authority treatment plant in Waldwick. We had to reduce our water allocation from DEP of the water we're allowed to take out of the ground by our wells that the borough used. So we applied for a minor modification to reduce the water allocation that the borough was allowed to pump out of the ground, because the aquifer is a finite resource and we can't just send the water to a different drainage basin without deducting that allocation from the borough's rights to take the water out of the ground. The second milestone occurred on August 1st, when we were required to submit an administratively complete treatment works approval. We refer to it as a TWA application. That is the design. That's the plans and specifications for the design. And I'll speak about that in a moment, but it really takes all 3 treatment plants offline. So what's going to happen is that you're getting out of the sewer business. You will no longer be required to submit the reports of the discharges from each of the sewer plants to the DEP. That will be a responsibility that will be taken on by the Northwest Bergen Utility Authority. However, the borough will still be required to own, operate, and maintain the collection systems that each of these 3 areas are and effectively flow to now the abandoned or decommissioned treatment plants. So when you have a sewer system, it consists of jointly the collection system, which are the sewer mains that flow into the sewer plant. And then in your case, right now, it's the treatment plants that treat it. And in the future, it will be the pump stations that will convey it out into Northwest Bergen. The next milestone we have to adhere to is in January 1st. We have to obviously publicly bid and award a contract to actually do the work. In February 17th of next year, we have to commence the construction. And as you can see going forward, that last bullet point is actually 2022. That's April of 2022 is the completion of the work. And then once everything is in place, then they then demolish the existing plants, take them offline, and switch everything over to these 3 pump stations. So the borough would be out of the sewer business as of April of 2022. So each of the 3 collection systems are summarized in the next 3 slides. So next slide, please. This is what we refer to as the Chapel Hill area. There is a little note is an arrow into the existing treatment plant. That is the non-shaded area, and the purple shade or pink shaded area are the homes that flow into this plant. So what would happen here is that building would cease to be there as in its present sense. It would become a subsurface pump station with a very small shed-like building that would house some controls and a generator as backup power source. The green line that you see there would be a 3-inch PVC force main that would then take the flows and pump it up over Hiawatha Road, and you will see where it will go in a second when we get to that, the overall slide. Next slide, please. This is the Oakland Knolls sewer service area. It consists of single-family houses, the townhouses, as well as the Copper Tree Mall. There are 20 commercial users here, and you can see where it's located, right between the residential as well as the commercial areas on Oak Street there. And what would happen in a similar manner is that this treatment plant would be abandoned. A 3-inch PVC force main would convey that wastewater first down Yawpo, Oak to Yawpo to 202 to Franklin Avenue, and all the way up Franklin Avenue to a manhole in Franklin Lakes in front of the Stop and Shop, which would then drop into actually another pump station, which is owned, operated, and maintained by the Northwest Bergen Utility Authority. That is the connection point where it goes from being a municipally owned facility. The manhole is actually Northwest Bergen Utility Authority. It's considered to be an interceptor. Municipalities own sewer mains. Utility authorities own and operate interceptors. So that is the handoff point, if you will, of where the borough's responsibilities end and Northwest Bergen Utility Authority's responsibilities begin. Next slide, please. Yes, this is the Skyview Highbrook system. This is a very unique system, and there's probably a very long explanation as to how and why it was developed in this manner, because it not only includes a sanitary treatment plant, which is in the middle where you see the non-shaded area, but it also includes 2 other subsurface pump stations. One is at the end of Tuscarora, which is in the lower left corner of this drawing. at the cul-de-sac. And the second one is on Lakeside Boulevard, where you see the label on the right on Lakeside Boulevard there. And both of these are adjacent to residential driveways of single-family homes. So what we've looked at is how to abandon this system while also not only addressing the sanitary treatment plant, but also to take the pump stations offline as well, because they too have come to the end of their service lives. And frankly, there's insufficient areas at those locations to put in the necessary backup generators that would be appropriate for updating this infrastructure. So what we came up with was a design to place the red line that you see there, the lines, they're gravity lines. And those gravity lines will allow the flows from that currently go to the Tuscarora pump station, the sanitary treatment plant, as well as the Lakeside Boulevard pump station, to all flow by gravity to a new proposed pump station to be situated near Huber Lake, which is a parcel of property that the borough has recently took ownership of, and they will utilize a small portion of this property for the installation of a subsurface pump station, and again, a small shed-like building that will have some controls and a backup generator. So what you see in the lower left corner here is you see a force main in green coming down to off of Hiawatha, where it joins into the red line. And then that red line again is a gravity line that allows that flow from not only the Skyview Highbrook collection system, but also the Chapel Hill collection system to jointly be serviced by this new pump station to be put in at Huber Lake. And then you see a green line going out to the right of this drawing that will flow down to Franklin Avenue, make a left-hand turn, and then there will be two side-by-side 3-inch PVC force mains that will go down to the same manhole for the Northwest Bergen utility interceptor line. So the next slide gives you an idea of how all of these different sewer collection areas will be merged into one joint decommissioning plan. So next slide, please. Okay, so this is a good graphic because it gives you an idea. These are the only sewer service areas that are currently operate in the borough. So each of them have their own sewer treatment plant. Each of them have their own collection areas, and each of them will be functioning by essentially pumping everything to the immediate, to the most extreme right-hand corner where that is in Franklin Lakes in front of the Stop and Shop. So this is a very good visual of what is going on, and what it really says is that anything that's green, nothing else can connect into it. They're 3-inch diameter PVC force mains that are minimally sized to only handle this flow. The red line, which is the gravity lines that are along Lakeside Boulevard, are put in specifically with the restriction that there are no laterals that are allowed to be placed in. The DEP is allowing this design to proceed in this manner because they gave us an approval in February to pursue the decommissioning alternative over the requirement that they were holding, frankly, over the borough's head, that they could require the reconstruction of all 3 pump stations, which would also result in the need to also improve the 2 other pumps, all 3 treatment plants, which would also require that the 2 existing pump stations over at Skyview, Highbrook, would have to be redone. So this is a way to get rid of 3 treatment plants and 2 pump stations by installing 3 pump stations, some gravity line, about 3,600 linear feet of 8-inch gravity line, and about 3.5 miles of 3-inch PVC force main. And it is done solely for the purpose of servicing the existing sewer service areas that are currently existing. And as you'll hear from Dave Young in a moment, this has been studied and been determined to be not only the most environmentally responsible approach, but also the most cost-effective approach as well. So I'd like to turn this over to Dave Young, please.
Dave, are you there?
I am here. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Mayor. If you want to run to the next slide, Michael. This has come up in quite a few of the questions. These are the estimated costs for this project. The engineering firm has been looking at these costs for a couple years. They've analyzed what it would cost to do this versus what it would cost for us to replace the sewer system. And the net here is about $5.7 million in a total estimated project cost to do the flow out to Northwest Bergen. We're looking at doing this through 30-year financing with the New Jersey Environmental Infrastructure Trust. They require certain things to be included. Administration expenses at a certain percentage of the project costs, contingencies at a percentage, as well as DEP fees as a percentage for things that might be involved in things we have to do with those other agencies. The benefit to going with the NGIT is that they're going to give us 50% of the money as an interest-free loan and the other 50% at a market rate percentage. Net over 30 years, that saves us about almost $1 million in interest payments. Also, there's no down payment required. And at the end, we're only going to finance what we actually spend. So if we don't spend all of the contingencies or admin costs, the final financing will come back to only what the actual project costs are. Next slide, please. So we have 3 options. You know, we could do nothing, which really isn't an option. But if we did nothing, continued with the current treatment plants, we would risk future penalties. We would risk the plants failing because they're beyond their useful life. But if we did nothing, we would probably continue to see a 2 to 3% per year increase in your user fees. If we upgraded to current treatment plants, that's the red line, you would see what would happen to the fees. They would significantly go up over the next few years. There's significant, almost as much cost for the replacement of those 3 plants as there is for everything we're doing to pump the stuff out of town itself. Sending flow to Northwest Bergen actually keeps us at roughly the current levels for our user rates. And if we can bring some costs down, potentially even come down a little bit. But we'll be conservative and talk to those costs being at roughly the same levels that the user fees are at today. Next slide, Michael. So when we look out beyond the next couple of years and we forecasted all these items out for 10 years, and these would be the average cost of each of the options for years 2024 to 2030. This assumes annual inflation rate of 2% for all of our operating, statutory, insurance costs, everything for each of the 3 options. For the MBCUA, it does also include an assumption that they're going to raise our rates. There's no commitment that they will, there's no commitment that they won't, but we do want to be conservative on our forecasting, so we'll assume that they do. And the upgrade solution assumes that we can secure NJEIT financing for 30 years. So that's not a guarantee. We would go back to the bottom of the list for that project and would have to wait till we got back to the place where we are now, where we're the #2 priority in the state. You can see what happens. And the current plan, most of our expenses are in our operating costs. That's paying for everything we have to do to treat the material, our operator and everything else. Small in terms of capital, though we do have ongoing and current capital costs. Flowing it out to Northwest Bergen, you can see our largest expense that we're passing on to the rate is the capital cost, but our operating costs get significantly smaller. And the upgrade, you have the worst case scenario of both. You have continued high operating costs and you have the high capital costs. So that's really not an attractive option for us. Go ahead, Michael, next slide is fine. Many people have asked where the money goes. So not to go into it in detail, but these are all the different categories that we have in terms of sewer operating expenses. We have our current operating, we're gonna have ongoing that will be things that we continue to have to support the infrastructure that does a collection. You've got utilities, insurance, and capital and debt. So we really did take a look at all of the elements that go into the sewer budget. And on the bottom side, these are the revenues that offset those expenses. Because this is a self-liquidating utility, our expenditures and our revenues have to be equal. So every year we have to do an analysis of what our budget's going to be. And if the current sewer rates will exceed or match those dollar amounts, we don't have to do anything with rates. If the expenditures that we project are going to be higher than what the sewer rates currently will provide, then we have to look at the sewer rates and do an increase. And that'll be ongoing. We'll know from Northwest Bergen what their rates are going to be for us, and we'll know what our infrastructure costs to maintain the collection system are going to be, and we'll continue to do an annual analysis of what should happen to the sewer rates.
So are you finished, David?
That is the financials.
So now we have the submitted questions and answers. And who is going to, are we reading these? These are the questions that have been submitted by, pre-submitted before the meeting by the residents. And the first question was, how many residential units, homes are affected by the sewer issue? There are 215 active residential accounts receiving service from the Oakland sewer utility. And those same 215 and commercial will still be the same amount, no matter what happens, if anything ever happens in the future. How many Oakland businesses and non-residential customers have sewers? Approximately 20. Does the Oakland Industrial Park have sewers? No, there are no active sewers in the industrial park. They are on septic and have private treatment plants. Do homes on Dogwood between Page and Spear have sewers? No. Next slide. All right, who are we have answers? Who is doing all the answers about the rate? David?
Yeah, this is a finance one. I'll take this one. So we had a bunch of questions that came in terms of how the costs are going to be divided and managed. What will happen as a result of decommissioning? Will sewer fees be reduced? Will taxes go up? We're not projecting a rate increase due to the project. Because of the decline in operating costs and the offsetting increase in capital and debt expenses, we think the sewer rate is roughly going to be about the same as it is today. Residential and commercial users have the same rate structure, and it's based upon prior year and prior year water consumption. And there's going to be no separate assessment. People have asked if there's going to be an assessment associated with each property. There is not. The cost for this project, just as the cost of any previous capital projects for the sewer utility, are managed over the life of the debt and the bonding and included in the annual sewer rate. Next slide, Michael. Again, we just covered this in pretty good detail, but several people did ask what payment over what time frame, interest, fees, loans. So we did just talk through this, but for the purposes of your paperwork and wanting to capture things together, here are the projected costs. I'll do this one as well. Again, where has the money gone from all the quarterly payments? All of the revenue raised for the sewer fees go to the maintenance of the utility. Because we're self-liquidating, our revenues and our projected revenues, projected expenditures, they match and they offset each other. If we have excess revenue, it goes into surplus, which we then incorporate into future years as a revenue source. Will there be a fee for being the middleman? As I think Kevin explained pretty well, we're still maintaining the collection infrastructure. So we'll have to continue to maintain it. So there will be costs associated with operating it, much, much less than they are today. And there will be ongoing, capital costs to maintain, things as well. So that's part of all the costs that are included in the projections. Again, it's not a special assessment. So if a homeowner sells, they don't have to worry about an assessment being attached to the property. It is strictly annual user fees.
All right, I'll answer the first question. What other areas of town are being affected? Only the existing areas currently served by the Oakland sewer utility are affected by this project. What is the long-term plan for converting all of Oakland from septic systems to sewers? That is only if, it's a big if the DEP approves the borough's wastewater treatment plant amendment, the downtown area and certain additional residential areas will be able to have sewers. DEP will not approve an expansion that extends sewers throughout the entire municipality. Therefore, as we said it throughout this presentation and throughout this meeting, what we're doing for these 3 treatment plants has nothing to do with any future expansion of sewers throughout the town. Will a home with a septic system have to hook up? If the sewer service area is expanded, and if a home is in a new, and I emphasize new, service area, then they may be required to connect within a defined period of time. It has nothing to do with the 3 treatment plants. Once again, if we ever, if, a big if, ever are able to sewer the town, and hopefully we will sewer the downtown so that we can bring in some more commercial businesses to help offset the taxes, and then we can beautify the town. It has nothing to do with what is happening today for these 3 sewage treatment plants. Next. Michael?
He moved it forward.
Yep, that's the next one.
Anybody want to read this?
You want me
Sure.
to take it, Mayor?
Sure, John.
How will residential, non-residential, and/or business customers added to the system in future years be equitably billed for the capital improvement being made now? At this time, we cannot add any users to the system. If that should change, the standard approach used by utilities and authorities is to charge an individual connection fee that takes into account historical capital improvement and debt cost. Second part is that plant used for anything besides sewers? Answer, no. Why were we fined by the NJDEP? We were fined for exceeding permitted limits at certain plants during certain months for levels of copper, phosphorus, or ammonia, and for reporting non-compliance. Why are the sewer customers finding out about this crisis piecemeal? Through Facebook, flyers, and word of mouth from other sewer customers, as opposed to being updated about the critical issues facing the sewer division when they began occurring? And why has the mayor and council waited until now to discuss with those who are involved? The governing body takes the same approach to operations, management, and communication of the services it provides: stormwater, roads, sidewalks, water, sewer, police, senior, health, and construction. Operating budgets are reviewed and agreed to annually with a public review and public participation available as required by the state. Capital projects are proposed and adopted through the ordinance process that requires posting and 2 public meetings before adoption. Reports on issues, change recommendations, and project status are made regularly at mayor and council meetings open to the public. The borough has held 2 public meetings to discuss the sanitary sewer issues at Skyview and a Zoom meeting on the proposed pump station at Huber Lake. Why did the town wait until now? We resolved regulatory issues in February of this year that allow us to proceed with application to decommission the plants. Why did the treatment plants fail? The plants have not failed. The plants are, as designed, cannot meet the current regulations and are nearing the end of their useful life. Regulations change every year. The state comes up with new plans, new regulations based on their findings. So it's not something that is stagnant and stays the same. They change consistently. Why didn't we know sooner? The steps and actions taken for the past 5 years are all part of the public record and have been reviewed at regularly scheduled meetings of the mayor and council. Is it true that MBCUA paid for the work in Franklin Lakes? Is it true that the sewer authority handled the entire sewer project in Franklin Lakes? The borough was not included in those negotiations. Contact the NBCUA for information. Is it
However,
true that,
if I could interrupt you,
Yeah.
John, it is because of the sewers in Franklin Lakes, which is going to keep our costs down because of the connection.
because of that connection to Franklin Lakes and because they have the available capacity to accept our flow, that's why they've already paid for that infrastructure. NBCUA and Franklin Lakes have created the system that we're entering. Next question is it true that the attorney for Sewer Authority in Oakland are with the same firm? No, none of the firms that represent the borough represent the MBCUA. What contingencies is the town planning on taking should the project fail or be delayed? The existing treatment plants will continue to operate until the interconnection is completed.
And you heard that we're on a time frame with the DEP. They will be monitoring our calendar and our scheduling.
And they're very strict about the time limits that are laid out. Next question is, what protection is there by contract or otherwise against future increases in fees charged for processing Oakland wastewater by the regional facility? There is no guarantee. The advantage to joining MBCUA is the size of the utility mitigates against large increases in a given year. What guarantee is there by contract or otherwise that fees charged for processing Oakland wastewater by the regional facility will not exceed fees charged to other customers for similar volumes of wastewater? For example, is there a most favored nation clause for Oakland's benefit? The answer is MBCUA charges all of the communities it serves the same user rate. Nobody's different. Nobody sticks out amongst anybody else. They're all the same. Next question, will the
It
cost?
has a cost. You want David to answer that? It talks about money.
Oh, that's
David?
good. David, you want to pick this up?
Sure. Thanks, John. Will the cost proposed be greater than necessary to service only current sewer customers or additional costs included at this time to facilitate future addition of more sewer customers? If so, how much? The cost in the proposal are for decommissioning the current plants and transmitting to flow. There is one section where we've included a short run of dry sewer main in the same excavation as a force main to allow for future gravity. So the net increase in the cost is just for the pipe that's already going to be in an open excavation pit. This is for the possibility of a future connection down the road, but that is the only non-direct get the flow out of town item that's in the proposed plan. If there are more customers added, would they derive a financial benefit from the infrastructure being built? If so, how will the current sewer users be reimbursed? If future users are added to this infrastructure, they would pay a connection fee. That connection fee takes into account their fair share of existing capital and debt costs. They would also pick up a share of the ongoing sewer utility costs. So they would be reducing the future annual fees of the current users. So getting more people onto our system would net reduce everybody's annual fees. But the other thing that you have to take into account, the ability, as Kevin said, for this infrastructure to do more is very limited. It's got 3-inch PVC pipes, moving from most of what we're putting in, that can't handle more flow than what we currently have. The next page. Mayor?
Maybe Kevin, our engineer.
Okay. If the decommissioning of the sewer treatment plants is part of a master plan to revitalize the downtown section for the benefit of the whole town, why should only current sewer users bear the entire cost? The decommissioning of the current sewer treatment plants is a standalone project required to address the existing needs of the system. If any other section of the town received approval to become a part of Oakland sewer service area, a new collection and transmission infrastructure would need to be constructed for those potential areas. And that would rely upon a much larger force main to be constructed, new pump station to be installed. It's a much different scale of infrastructure than we're talking about here.
Okay, and Mayor, that's the end of the presentation part of the meeting.
So now Michael if anybody, I repeat, if anybody has additional questions that were not asked, there is a little, there's an area where you click on raise your hands and Michael will let you in to speak. However, just be considerate of all those who would like to speak. So if the question has been answered, please give someone else an opportunity to ask a question, just to be fair. And if your questions are not answered, please feel free to email me, Councilman John Bialy, or anybody that was on this presentation, and we will get the answers to you. Michael, you're on.
Okay, Mayor, first up, Rachel Gregory.
Hi, Rachel. You have to give your name, and since it's a public meeting, we need your name and your address. Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Rachel Gregory and Clint Gregory.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, I don't think you guys answered whether there's anyone on the council who is also a sewer user.
Oh, I didn't see that question. I've been
It was
septic.
in a letter that was submitted to you guys. I think it was the first question.
Oh, as
I don't-
far as I know, no, I don't.
I don't believe so.
Members of the council that live in a sewer service area.
Okay, so for the sake of transparency, and I asked this before, and in light of the fact that there's no minutes at sewer and water committee meetings, at least the last one that was held on that Friday several weeks ago, would the town be willing to have a representative of the sewer users liaison and be a participant in those meetings going forward? So we could be informed of what's going on as it's happening instead of the situation we're in now where we're finding out at this point in time?
Since it's a committee meeting, I think our attorney has to answer this.
You're
John,
muted.
Unmute, John. John Napolitano, you're on mute.
Still on mute.
I guess he doesn't want us to hear his answer.
Am I unmuted now?
You're
Now
good.
we
Yes,
can
you
hear
are.
you.
I'm sorry, I don't know. As they are committee meeting, it's up to the rules of your committee. You can, if the town council would like, the town council could allow a representative, a liaison, to be informed as to what's going on. Now, as
Not informed, no, actually
every
to
one of the meetings-
participate.
not every one of the issues addressed at those meetings has to do with this project. So it might be limited to this project only, but that's really a town council decision.
So what's
Rachel,
the
this is
decision?
something that will be brought up to the entire council.
Well, this was asked before, so okay, if you could please address that. Also, in the affordable housing settlement that was made recently between the town, with the town, it says, I think by 2025, that the borough has to accommodate affordable housing by introducing sewers to different parts of town. So I'm not understanding why you're saying that there's no plan and there's no approval to include other sewer systems in Oakland when it's in the affordable housing settlement that basically says there has to be those additional sewers. Can you please address that?
We cannot do sewers without the state telling us we can do sewers. That's the DEP and the Highlands. So I don't know who trumps who. John?
How could it be in a settlement then saying that Oakland will abide by that?
Well,
if
that's why we
it's
have an
not
attorney.
approved?
Rachel, our
Yeah.
attorney will answer that.
Right.
I don't have, I'll be honest, Rachel, I haven't seen or read that settlement, but I will say that it is this, the borough has done yeoman's work in attempting to try to get sewers in certain areas of town. And Kevin can answer this, but they have worked diligently on getting a wastewater management plan in place.
Yes.
Would in fact allow for sewers in those areas. If in fact the department does not allow or approve the wastewater management plan, at that point, I believe that the town would be forced to go back, the borough would be forced to go back to the court and say that we were denied the ability to do that. Now,
Yeah, I would just add to what John's saying. Are you referring to the finale settlement?
I'm referring to the affordable housing settlement. I don't know what you want to call it, but why would somebody agree to a settlement that's saying there's going to be sewers in Oakland if they don't think that it's going to be approved?
Because
doesn't make
because the finale litigation, which resulted in a settlement between the borough and finale, mandates that upon approval of the wastewater management plan, that finale at their own cost and expense will construct their own sanitary sewer system to
I don't
convey the
Yeah,
flow.
Pardon me. I don't think I'm talking about finale. Finale isn't that what is finale exactly? Can you explain
Finale-
to everyone?
McCoy Road.
McCoy
No,
Road.
that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact that Oakland needs to accommodate for affordable housing, and we didn't do so for a long time because we didn't have the sewer capacity. So as part of the settlement that was entered into, it was agreed upon that the sewers will be expanded to include the affordable housing that Oakland is bound to have that it hasn't had for a long time. So I
However,
don't think that- yeah.
Rachel,
Yes,
if
I'm
we
here.
cannot get sewers, then we cannot get the affordable housing. You know, we can't do the impossible. If the state says we cannot have sewers, then we try. You know what? You know, I'm an attorney. I go into the court and you have to show your best effort. It has nothing to do with your 3 wastewater treatment plants.
Okay.
And that is, there's nowhere over there near the wastewater treatment plants
Uh-huh.
where there would be affordable housing. There's no place.
Okay. Right.
Okay. that's
Okay,
fine.
also in the financial accounting documents, it shows that there are penalties, the ones that you showed in your PowerPoint and also that I had looked at. It says that we've paid penalties. Who paid those penalties?
Out of
Because
which
that
budget?
doesn't, that is not a part of operation or maintenance of the sewer treatment plants. That is a penalty that was, due to negligence, it seems, if the person, Kastner, who was retired and in charge, didn't submit reports and didn't keep things up to date and things fell behind. And it seems like we're paying those penalties. So can you tell us who is paying those penalties?
If I can answer that, Mayor,
There you're the CFO.
no money has been paid in terms of penalties. We just received the penalties this year. Because the mayor and council is doing their due diligence, they budgeted for the potential of penalties in last year's budget and this year's budget. Our first actual penalty payment will be happening this year. And then over the next 4 years, they agreed to allow us to pay the fines over a 5-year installment period.
And that's
The
an
fines-
Oakland, sorry,
the-
David, that's an Oakland budget? That's Oakland Borough budget?
Or that's
No, that is in the sewer utility budget.
the sewer utility
Okay, well,
budget?
it's not clear. Okay.
So inside the sewer utility budget is those penalties. All of the costs associated with operating the sewer treatment plants to the specifications required by the NJDEP need to be borne by the sewer utility. That's what makes us a self-liquidating utility versus just being part of the municipal budget. Because we're a self-liquidating separate utility from the fund which operates the rest of the town services, we have to manage our revenues and our expenses as a standalone entity.
And when is that decision made to be self-liquidating?
That was
entity?
made when the sewer utility was first created. I don't know when it happened. Mayor, when was?
Okay, but a penalty is not part of the normal operation and maintenance of a sewer treatment plant. That is, a penalty was issued because we had violations, because we did not follow the proper, upkeep and maintenance of the plant. So why is that expense being borne by the sewer users and not the town who was responsible for operating them correctly in the first place?
Because New Jersey statute says we cannot share those costs with the town. They have to be borne by the utility.
Well,
Whether we
that just
want-
begs
whether we
the
want it or
question
not,
of whether we're paying for something that seems like was not properly maintained. And if that were not so, then there wouldn't be these penalties or violations.
Richard, could you please explain about saying not properly maintained? We talked about the standards, we talked about the person. Could you please explain this, Richard?
Yeah, and I think this is something perhaps for Kevin and John as well, in terms of when you look at, maintaining and the cost to repair what we had versus having plants that just were not designed to meet some of the
That's
newer
not what she's talking about.
regulatory.
She wants to know the penalty that we received, and we were at that meeting. There was quite a few of us at that meeting. We spent the day at the DEP talking about this fine and why we have to incur the payment when it was the DEP oversight. So that is not what she's asking you about the operating. She's asking you, why did the DEP fine us?
Because there were permit
Okay.
violations,
What I'm asking.
plain and simple.
Kevin, can you explain it in simple terms?
The borough is required to retain a licensed operator with the appropriate license to operate the collection system, and in this case, the treatment systems for the sewer utility. That individual, that person, is then prepares the reports and submits them down to DEP, and the DEP conducts regularly scheduled inspections of the facilities and effectively signs off and accepts those documents. So there is no direct oversight of that individual by the borough. It's in fact oversight by the DEP. So the way the system works is that the borough really much like a building inspector in a town is accountable to the state building inspection requirements at DCA, the licensed operator is accountable to the DEP, and the DEP routinely comes in and is the entity with the statutory authority over that individual. So when you referred to the borough failed or was negligent to have oversight over this individual, the borough doesn't have oversight in that sense of the word over this individual at all. It is in fact the DEP.
But Kasner was a borough employee being paid out of the sewer user fees that we were paying. So he was an employee of the borough. There should be insurance to cover that. There should be some sort of accountability. And what I'm saying is there were penalties incurred that the sewer users, as far as I understand, are being asked to pay. And we are contending that that is not our responsibility. We pay Oakland, the borough of Oakland, to properly maintain and operate the sewer treatment plant. And by virtue of the fact that there were penalty and violations, it's showing that that was not properly done. And we shouldn't bear the cost of that now. That should be the borough. It should be the insurance that you have that covers your employees or whatever. So that is what I want an answer to, actually.
And just so you're aware, we have made inquiries with our insurance carrier. I have not received word back yet, but that is an avenue that we're pursuing to see what sort of coverage we may have for at least a portion of the penalties that we've been assessed.
Could you guarantee the sewer users that we will not be responsible for those costs?
No, I can't.
Any costs associated with the sewer utility will be borne by the sewer users. If we are able to mitigate them through insurance, those costs will be less, but they cannot be borne by the
borough.
Is that in an ordinance, or is that written
That is-
somewhere that we
it
could
is-
plainly see that we're responsible for any penalties or violations that is
You're
incurred?
responsible for all costs associated by state statute.
And that's a cost. The penalty and a violation is a cost. Okay.
It is a
well,
cost.
We'll look into that. I also had a question about, well, I spoke with Lou Levy before he resigned, and he said the cost to decommission the sewer treatment plant, it was 6.4 million, I believe, and now on your slides, it's a little bit less. That's before breaking ground in his quotes, and that doesn't tell us that it's not going to be a lot more once ground is actually broken. So what assurances do we have that, or cap on the costs, that once you break ground, it's not going to be astronomically higher than what you're saying? Is there like a high point and a low point, some kind of assurance or estimate? Because you could be telling us it's 6 million now, and then in a few months it could be 7 million because you bumped into a rock when you broke ground. And this is exactly the example that Lou Levy gave me, so I'll just submit it back to you since he's no longer on the council.
Kevin? David?
We prepared an estimate that we believe is accurate. We've taken into consideration such things as the railroad crossing on 202, the New Jersey State DOT jurisdictional area where we cross 287. We've made allowances in there. We've designed many similarly sized infrastructure type projects, and we are confident with the estimate, and it is a construction project. It's something we prepare a lot of projects every year. Many of them are done on schedule, on budget. Sometimes things are added, sometimes unforeseen things are encountered.
Right.
This is what happens.
But Kevin,
I understand.
Kevin,
I mean, I'm
wait a
talking
minute,
about those
Rachel,
unforeseens.
Rachel,
Yeah.
wait a minute. Rachel, Kevin, how
here.
many years have you been the borough engineer?
30,
So you pretty much, and you've lived in Oakland.
12 years.
So you
Yes.
know the town. So when you make your estimates, you pretty much know the character of the town.
Yes, we also are very familiar with the roadways that the force mains are situated on. There's a big advantage to having a 3-inch force main in that it can maneuver in a lot of different places. The variables of things that could be unforeseen generally are utilities that are in the roadway. We've chosen the type of material such that we can maneuver around those areas within the utility corridors of the roads. The decommissioning itself is pretty straightforward. The pump stations are pretty straightforward. It's really the runs of the force main.
And on top of all that, Rachel, because it's an NJEIT project, they require us to put $200,000 additional costs into the plan just for contingencies. And that's 200,000 that Kevin doesn't think I need, but I have to apply for that and put that in my financing. So
And
there's,
that means that it won't go higher than 200,000 over budget? Is that what that means?
no, that means that they,
So then,
if I may, that means that they know and they manage a lot of these projects around the state. And they feel that 5% contingency is a good number to put on top of the engineering estimates to make sure that your costs come in at or around plan.
So Mayor, I mean, where this could easily fall without any oversight from the sewer participants here is that you're on tight deadlines and need to make these deadlines. You know, the council can easily just say, well, we'll throw another $500,000 on top in order to get it done on time without any oversight from any of us to have a say as to what, because we have to bear the brunt of all those extra outlays. Cash outlays.
Believe me, if there's going to be, and I can assure you, and I promise you, if there's going to be any extra cost, you
No,
will
you
know
can
ahead of
promise
time.
us,
And
Mayor, you can promise
I
us by
said-
having us
but I said to
participate.
you, now
Right.
listen to my full
By having
statement.
No, by
Mr.
having us
Gregory, wait a
participate.
minute, listen to my full statement. I said, I can promise you, and
in
I can
writing,
assure you that if there are going to be extra costs, you will have notice, and I hope you will all come to that
Okay.
council meeting.
right? Well, this begs the question of why, we want to participate in the sewer and water committee meetings. And why, Mayor, when you sent letters to 235 residential homes, did you only allow 100 people on this Zoom to begin with?
I just
We
found this
had
out.
people, sorry?
Rachel, I just found out about this. Someone texted me and said they can't get on.
I mean,
They-
really?
Excuse me, Rachel, I'm not lying. I'm going to
I'm
ask
not
you
saying you're
right
lying.
now.
I'm just saying it's not, we're trying to
Rachel.
feel confident in the town and what you're doing.
Rachel,
And it's just
Rachel.
discouraging.
I got a text from a few people during this meeting and saying they hit their max. Why can't I get on? And I was going to wait to the end. And Richard, you said we had over a certain amount of people. Why
Yeah.
was it?
Apparently there was a technical thing with Zoom and our account settings. I guess what we had signed up for. So that was kind of changed on the fly to accommodate the extra people. So there were some that missed let's say the first 5 or 10 minutes of the presentation before that was fixed and they could get back in. There are, as of right now, 127 participants in the meeting.
But Rachel has a good point. If we sent out letters to every person, the 250, well, I'll round it off to 250. Why did we only set it at such a low limit?
I don't think we were aware that it was set at that limit until we hit it.
Okay. And also for the sake of transparency, the study that you referred to, the alternative analysis study, is that available to the public to see what other avenues you explored? I mean, I know you had the chart with the cost breakdown, but if we really want to see what the breakdown was of replacing the sewer treatment plants, for example, could we have that information? And what do we
David?
call it if we have to put in an OPRA request for it?
David?
That would come from Kevin.
Yeah, I believe those.
I would comment that alternative analysis was performed before the Ramapo River was just recategorized to a Category 1 waterway. And I can tell you that the cost of rebuilding those package plants will go up considerably because of the new discharge limits that would be imposed by the DEP. So it would have to be redone considering the new designation as a Category 1 waterway of the Round Pearl River and its tributaries, and it's going to be higher than you saw this evening.
But
Right,
But
is it? is
not,
the-
that's
is the
not an answer
document
to
available?
Rachel's question.
Yeah,
Wait a
no,
minute.
it's not. Thank you, Mayor.
Rachel, that's not an answer to your question. Your question was, can you get a copy of what was presented, or do you have to do an Oprah? Now, because this was a public meeting and it was presented publicly, why would they need an Oprah request to get a copy?
We'll be happy to give them whatever work product has been done.
Okay,
Absolutely.
Okay.
And this is my last thing, I promise you. We sent you a letter. Oh, my husband has something. We sent you a letter which was signed by about 150 residents with several questions in it. And I don't believe those questions were addressed.
I thought all the questions were addressed. I have one sheet with all the questions that were
I
addressed.
guess some of those people are on here. They'll ask with their hands raised, I believe.
Okay.
What's the
Does
plan for the current treatment plants, those locations after they're decommissioned? Oh, I'm sorry. Let me take that back. The demolition of the plants, is that included in the budget, or is that separate?
Kevin?
It's in the budget.
It's in there. Okay. And what's the plan for those locations after the demolition is done and the locations are empty?
Well, two of them will, well, I mean, they're all getting pump stations in lieu of the treatment plants on those sites. I think there has been, I guess, what I term some preliminary discussion with some people on the Environmental Commission over, especially with Skyview, if that site would be suitable for some sort of environmental use that at this point is undefined. But that's about it at this point.
All right, thank you.
And why is there a phase 2? Somebody wants to ask you this question, so I'll ask for them. Why is there a phase 2 capital improvement fund created if there's no phase 1 or phase 2?
Phase 2 capital improvement, not the sewers.
Yeah, there isn't one.
There is not one. Okay, so the person who wants to answer that question who's on the Zoom, you can follow up on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Remember, you can still email us with further questions.
I've emailed you, Mayor. I've emailed you.
I know.
Okay, Mayor, next up, we have resident Paul Chatterjian.
Hello, Paul Chadurgian, 187 Lakeside Boulevard.
Good evening.
Hello, Paul.
All right, I have some few basic questions. Is it true Brian Chakowski is the borough attorney for Oakland?
Correct.
Yeah.
Is it true that he's also the chairman and commissioner for NBCUA?
No.
No.
No,
So that's not true.
he's not the chairman.
No,
No.
So he has no affiliation with NBCUA.
No.
Okay.
John, you're muted.
Is it true John Napolitano is representing Oakland in the sewer upgrade project?
Yes.
So Brian resigned, just so you know, Brian resigned from the NB, when he joined our firm. He resigned from Northwest Bergen.
So it is also true that you both are partners in the same law firm?
Yes, and he is no longer associated with the Northwest Bergen Youth Authority.
And do we know when that was from?
I want to say, I don't know for sure, but I think at least a year ago.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I can check for you, but I don't know for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mayor, next up, resident Steve Wasserman.
You're currently muted, Steve.
Oh, can you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, hi. My question, I live in the Oak Crest townhouses. I just want to ask, thanks very much for having this. It cleared up a lot of issues for me, questions. But I just wanted to ask, as far as where the environmental issues with the copper and the phosphorus, there's no issues related to the drinking water or anything that connected to it? That was my only question.
Do we have Mr. DeBlock answer this?
No, actually, I think this is probably a question for Kevin in terms of the drinking water standards in relation to the effluent limits.
The quick answer to your question is no, there is not. The potable water is tested routinely. The borough is in full compliance with current standards. The borough is actually looking at future standards and addressing them, but the answer is no, it hasn't affected the quality of your drinking water.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, next up, resident Katrine Beck.
Good evening.
Hi there.
Hi. I sent in.
We need your address.
Sure, Mayor. Good evening. Katrine Beck, 8 Chapel Hill. I should also let you know I'm an attorney, but in New York, not in New Jersey.
That's okay. That's acceptable.
Thanks. I read the documentations with the ACO, the 2016 Oakland Master Plan. I read the Mount Laurel litigation. I'm disappointed to hear that there is no statement here made that this sewer issue is part of addressing what has been indicated in the 2016 master plan, which I assume we paid a pretty penny for to do. It seems to me, after hearing all of you speak about this, it's a bit of a rehash of prior information as to how the sewer system works and what has to be done. But I have not heard who has messed up in respect to not reporting, monitoring, and submitting documentation, which now you're saying that residents have to pay for in essence. And I'm not hearing why this is not a town-wide issue that needs to be addressed. What I'm hearing from you is that us 200 and whatever homes are in essence held hostage with what you good folks are gonna do with respect to addressing this problem. And that's great concerns. I am happy to hear that you have placed your insurance companies on notice because it does appear there's some issues here. So what I'd like to ask is, do you really believe this is only our issue to fund and pay for? Are you saying it's not part of the grand scheme of revitalizing downtown, addressing affordable housing, which we're court ordered to accommodate, or ultimately join a sewer plan, which God, residents have been talking for decades that was supposed to happen?
Who wants to answer the question about the fines?
I mean, I guess I can address the fines for I guess to one extent. You know, the failure to report and the failure and the exceedances are two different things, I think. The failure to report it is clearly an operator issue that should have been addressed at the time.
And who was the operator when you say that, John? I'm sorry.
The operator has since retired. At the time he didn't, the failure to report. The exceedances issues is a different issue. The exceedance problem is the fact that the treatment plants as presently constructed, and Kevin can do this better than I can, as presently constructed, are not constructed to remove certain things and does have difficulty removing, as you can see by their age, copper, phosphorus. When these things were originally constructed back in the day, those were not part of your limits. Okay, you didn't remove phosphorus. That was just considered plant food at the time, right? Copper, the limits for copper now are on the wastewater end are more strict than they are on the drinking water end. And most of it actually comes from the piping. So these plants as originally constructed were not constructed to meet these limits. As a result, the long-term fix for this is either substantially upgrade the facilities or go to a regional facility that is more equipped to do this on a regular basis, which I think—
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, and I heard that, and I don't want to belabor that point of it.
Okay.
What I don't understand is, we started this meeting by saying you've been in big meetings, all of you, since 2017, and these issues have been going on.
Right.
The
And
monitoring in the ACO and the failure to monitor, I'm sure didn't happen yesterday. This
Right,
man
but
retired in 2018.
if you
So from
look-
2018 on,
there are no failure, from 2018 on, there are no failure to report violations. The exceedances continued because the plants aren't equipped to meet these limits. We've done, and Rob DeBlock can address this better, we've done additional chemical additions, we've made improvements to the facilities. And in fact, if you look at it, they're getting closer and closer. Now with the new interim limits, we should be fine through the construction. So I think long-term, I think these plants need to be, you either would have had to fix them up or would spend a lot of money or get rid of them. So I think the option, to get rid of them, is actually the more cost-effective and long-term best solution, because small package plants are not, generally don't last long and aren't really well kept. The other issue is, with you said about affordable housing, the affordable housing is not in these areas, if I'm not mistaken. Kevin, you can correct me. Those would have to be addressed through a wastewater management plan amendment, which the borough had submitted, which the department originally approved and unapproved. So they've been attempting to address that through a long-term solution through a revised wastewater management plan. That wastewater management plan has not yet been approved by the department. Once that gets approved, at that point, you'll be in a position to look at how to address those long-term needs. A long-winded way of saying, you know, as far as affordable housing, the borough is doing what it can at this point until the department gives them a green light on adding sewer service areas. There's not a whole lot that they can do.
There is no affordable housing that is proposed to connect to this infrastructure.
it can't, because basically the state is saying to you, you have used your lack of sewer as a shield to not have affordable housing come in. And now we're court ordered to accommodate that. So why is this not a town-wide issue? Why is this the burden of 200 something houses to not only pay to connect to God knows what to take our sewer somewhere else, but now to pay for the penalty of an employee on your watch that didn't do what he was supposed to do? And PS, I wonder if he's getting retirement and benefits at this point as well. How is that an explanation?
Can I complete my response to you?
Sure, thank you.
There is no connection at any point in the future of any affordable housing to this infrastructure. It's not a question of whether it can. It's a question of it is not equipped to take it. It's that simple. So there's not a desire in the future that if the wastewater management plan is approved, if and when, then it will connect. It will never connect. It will
So
go
are we
to a
band-aiding
future.
this?
May I just please finish? It will have to go to a completely different infrastructure system that has not yet been designed. And that is the subject of all of the affordable housing settlement. It is not tying into this system.
Okay, but doesn't it seem that then we're putting another Band-Aid on an issue that this town has had to deal with for decades at this point? I mean, I live on Chapel Hill. I can't believe that a STP that's 30 years old has run its course. Septic systems go for more than 30 years. So, you know, we're gonna fund this, we're gonna fix this, and then we're gonna do this all over again. We don't want to keep paying for this.
It's a
Can I go septic? Can I put a septic in my front lawn?
No.
You don't want a septic. I have a septic.
I do. You know what? I lived in the reserve. They managed their STP beautifully and I paid not that much. I lived on Chickasaw. I had a septic and I paid hardly anything for Zutama to come and service that. I was so excited to move to Chapel to have sewer because we're the envy of the town. Oh, we have sewer. I wish the town knew what we have to deal with. This is not right. You're making 200 and whatever houses pay for penalties. You're making us pay for a Band-Aid. And it's disappointing to know that we're making representations in town agreements where we're basically saying we're making our best effort and we'll deal with it when we have to deal with it again. I'm sorry, that's disappointing. Mr. DeBlock, have you reported, since you came on the scene from 2018, as to monitoring and maintenance and all of that? Have there been any issues since 2018?
There's been no reporting issues. There has been exceedances of certain parameters at all of the plants. And as was previously discussed, in many cases, it had to do with copper limits, phosphorus, which has been under control for some time now with the additional chemicals we've used. We discussed at previous meetings how we've added certain chemicals to both control for copper and phosphorus. The phosphorus numbers have come down and came down pretty rapidly once we applied the appropriate dosing. Copper is a whole nother level. The limits in these permits, to put it in perspective, is 2 of the plants have copper limits. Somewhere between 7 and 8 and just over 8 parts per billion.
Mhm.
To put it in perspective, your drinking water, the action level for drinking water is 1,300 parts per billion. So the water that comes out of your faucet, if it comes out of the pipe at the end of the plant, is a huge violation. And that's the challenge that Oakland is facing. As these new parameters got put into the permit, these plants were never originally designed to meet these levels of treatment.
Right, so that's our concern. I mean, deadlines and restrictions, DEP is going to have more stringent requirements as they come on, and thank God they do, because they're looking out for it. But, you know, the concern of the residents here is that how do we know what you're doing now is going to be effective and it's not going to be a problem? If an SDP 30 years is failing, or whatever you want to call it, that now has to be part of this project, how do we have confidence that what's going to be addressed here is actually going to be a solution? Or are we going to be on the Zoom call, or hopefully in person one day, and somebody's going to say, oh, DEP raised restrictions again? I have to believe other towns have done this successfully.
Once you convert to a collection system and go to Northwest Bergen, all of those limits go away. You're no longer discharging to the river, so you don't have to treat anything. You don't have to treat the copper. Northwest Bergen does all the treatment then. And that's the real benefit of going to Northwest Bergen. You're no longer in the treatment business.
I'll just want to ask one more question. I know there's other residents and I want to give them an opportunity. Once we connect, is there now going to be a fee that we pay to Oakland for our sewer? And is there now going to be a fee that we pay to the sewer authority in 2022?
The way they work, Northwest Bergen, they will bill Oakland. Oakland will then send out bills to the users to meet the budgetary needs, which will include it. So you won't get 2 separate bills. Northwest Bergen's a regional facility. They only bill their member towns. They don't have any private bills that they send out.
And will there be transparency to see they're billing Oakland X and that X is being divided to the homeowners?
Yeah, they send a preliminary bill middle of August, December, and a final number they told me comes out around before January 15th. So you would have time to put it into your budgets. And their budgets are online along with their audits. They're required by law to maintain an authority website. That authority website is required to list all certain financial information, and that would be included.
Well, my concern is when I went on their website, they say a 3-bedroom home, and maybe this is wrong information and you enlighten me, says a 3-bedroom home is looking at 5,000 and something and change for their sewer services.
I think you're looking at the connection fee.
Okay.
I don't think you're looking at the annual because their billing is based on a per gallon basis. So they bill the town based on the amount of gallons they had given the previous year based on the winter quarters. So they take their budget of, let's say it's $20 million, and they'll divide it by all the sewer use that comes into the plant, and they'll come up with a price per gallon. And then based on what your town had given the previous year, that'll be your bill for the next year. And then it's billed quarterly in equal parts.
And I guess what the hope here is that the operating cost for these plants is going to go down, and what's going to be increased is going to basically make the difference and try to put us somewhere in the same range of what we're going to be paying for sewers now.
Right, because one of the things about running a larger treatment plant, the price per gallon is significantly lower than trying to run small plants, right? Because you're running them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So the unit price per gallon is significantly less. You also then will have a lot less operating expenses on your end because you'll be managing 3 pump stations. You won't be buying chemicals. You won't be hauling sludge. All the costs associated with running a plant go away. You'll have a smaller operating expense.
Okay, so we're not completely out of the sewer business. We're just letting someone else take it from Franklin Lakes on.
No one is ever out of the sewer business, but yeah, you'll be operating a collection system and pump stations versus running a collection system, pump stations, and treatment plants.
Okay, I'll let other people ask because I know there's a lot of questions. Thank you.
Kevin, if I could just clarify one thing in terms of the current sewer service area and what we're doing with this project, it's was described as a Band-Aid. This is a permanent fixed solution to treating the effluent from the current sewers area, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
And there is one thing I would note is Oakland's a highlands community, and as such, it is subjected to extremely rigid water quality standards. So one thing that John said earlier was with the size of the plant, you get efficiencies. Also with the receiving water body, it has different discharge limits. So anything that is within the Ramapo River basin has a much higher standard than what would be at Northwest Bergen Utility Authority, just because it's a highlands community, Category 1 waterway. It has, as Rob DeBlock talked about, has extremely rigid standards for all of the effluent, and it only goes up. It never goes down.
Okay, next up, we have Chris Giordano.
Hi, everyone. Chris Giordano, 19 Academy Circle. So thank you, everyone, for your time. I do have a few questions, so I hope you can bear with me here. So the ACO that you signed requires you to adhere to NJSA 58:10A-6.1. In that, it states that Oakland must send a written letter of notification to, quote, township officials and to any other interested persons prior to signing and submitting the ACO to the NJDEP. Don't you agree that the small number of us homeowners would suffice as meeting this threshold of interested persons?
Mr. Giordano, if I can address that. The plan of who got the notices was sent to the DEP for their approval. The department is the one who gave us to approve the list of who would be receiving that notification, and the requirement to publish in the Bergen Record was part of that process. So I could just tell you that it was sent to, that stuff was all vetted through the department.
Did the department ask you who the interested persons were in your town?
No, we sent them,
So the department did not ask you who the interested persons were in the town. So therefore you did not comply with this state code. Is that correct?
No, I disagree with you.
Well, I spoke to Don Hirsch, who is the chief in the northern office of NJDEP.
Yes.
Right. And he said that he approved your plan and that nobody ever asked about interested persons within Oakland. So neither you, your government, or the state asked who the interested persons were in relation to this matter. And because of that, because of your failure to adhere to this administrative code, you therefore have violated your ACO.
That you can take that position, Mr. Giordano, I understand.
Can't
Well,
hear you,
let me
Don.
just bring it back to the top. Linda, would you agree that we are interested persons in this matter? The 250 homeowners?
I'm waiting to hear from John, who's our attorney, and he guided us on this. Could you please repeat how we complied with the ACO, with the DEP?
We forwarded the list of people along with the notification to the department for approval. When I spoke to Mr. Hirsch said for that we should use, he had sent me a similar one from another, and we mirrored that. He then approved it as the people we could send it to. Taking your, Mr. Goodell, I understand that, but I've done ACOs in several other communities, and in no case am I aware of where every resident who was a sewer user within that system was sent the notification.
Sir, with all due respect, aren't they interested people? Sending a letter out to people who are not on sewer, I understand that. But we are people who pay money for this public utility. We have a financial interest. We're not just interested because we follow along with your committee
Every
meetings. We are financially vested in the decisions that you are making. So if you nor the state asked who the interested parties are, then didn't you not abide by state administrative code?
I disagree with you, Mr. Giuliano.
So I'll continue. So along with negotiating down a penalty from $800,000 to $400,000, did you also need to negotiate criminal charges relative to the town's neglect of the 3 sewer systems as stated in the ACO?
Criminal charges were never brought up by the department or asked about.
Was that a negotiated element?
No, it was not. Because I don't think the department could be the ones who would negotiate that.
John, we're having trouble hearing you. Can you speak closer to your microphone?
Sure. At no time did the department bring up any idea of or any allegation of criminal conduct, nor would the department be the appropriate party to negotiate that in a consent order. That would be something out of the AG's office, and normally they have not approached the town as far as I know on anything.
So the only reason I use that phrase criminal charges is because in the ACO, it does mention the potential for criminal charges to be applied to administrators within the town of Oakland if you do not abide by the ACO. And it also mentions that by signing the ACO, you are also not immune to any potential future charges. So that's why I use that phrase.
No, that's fine. I understand. But there was no allegation of any charges before.
So as David Young stated earlier, the fines handed down to Oakland are being paid for by sewer users. Is that correct, Mr. Young?
Yes, they're part of the sewer operating budget.
So the life of our 3 facilities would have been significantly longer, if not at least a little bit longer, and our water would have been cleaner if your town and that township employee was not negligent in the reporting and the maintenance. So I know we're talking about having to replace a system because we keep failing, because we misreported. So there's a lot of fines that we now have to pay. There's a system that you're saying cannot be sustained, but I believe that some of that is being applied to us because of your lack of maintaining the system in the first place. Since 2018, you didn't have somebody properly certified to maintain our sewer system. So who was in charge since 2018 to maintain the 3 sewer systems in Oakland?
That's the Block Environmental is our
Right,
license.
isn't that Robert DeBlock?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
that company has the proper certifications?
Our firm provides licensed operations, utility management services throughout New York and New Jersey in water, wastewater, and industrial wastewater. There is a licensed operator of record from my company that was approved by the department on what's called an 065 form. So yes, there are appropriate licensed people there since we've been retained.
So since you took over, we have yet to be cited for any reason by the NJDEP.
No, that's not accurate. the violations came after some of the violations came after we were brought on board. On day one of our operations, as I do with every system we take over, I invited the inspector from the Department of Environmental Protection, their enforcement personnel assigned to Oakland, to meet us at the plants on day one. And that's where we discovered issues that were immediately brought to the borough's attention, and we began addressing.
Do you feel that the life of our 3 sewer systems could have been prolonged further and in better condition than it is today if the town properly maintained the sewer systems in the past?
These systems, forgive me, I'm here alone with my daughter, I'm sorry.
Okay.
The short answer is there is no way the plants as they are designed can meet the standards that are now in the permit.
Right.
It requires, and I'm not an engineer, I'm an operator, so I can defer to Kevin on that, but I operate systems that across the state with varying degrees of limitations on particularly copper, zinc, of that nature. These plants cannot do it. They're not designed to. We were able to minimize the violations with chemical addition, particularly as it relates to copper. But as it stands, because they are small package plants and the flows go up and down in what's called diurnal flow on a daily basis. Julia, please stop. Any slug of water that comes through, there is no equalization. It's working its way through the plant at any given time. So there's no way to treat for these various fluctuations, particularly in copper, that come through the plant.
So I understand all that, but just, not that you don't use this, but using common sense here, just in general, if something is properly maintained, do you get more life out of it?
As a general statement, yes.
Yes.
That's.
So we therefore, because of improper maintenance, now have to replace 3 sewer systems. And it's the township's fault that we have the improper maintenance. It's the township's fault we have the citations, Linda. And we now have to pay the extra fines. Our rate is now going up, according to David, to cover the cost of your neglect. That's what's in the AC.
So it's clear, that's not what I said. I'm
Kevin,
not suggesting that.
didn't you say that the plant's not in compliance with today's standards? So regardless of what Jerry, what he did or did not do, one has nothing to do with the other. The fines are separated between what he did or didn't do and the actual condition of the plants. And you said the plants have been at the end of their lifespan. And regardless of what anybody could have done, this was it. Kevin?
But
yes,
but that cannot be
Is that
true.
what you were saying?
May I please answer a
Sure.
question? The important thing to understand here is the plants were built 30, 40, 50 plus years ago with technology and requirements that were in effect at that time. Much like a car that was built to have different emission standards back then the emission standards were increased. And now you have these very rigid requirements. And unlike an older car where if you maintain it, you keep it running, it doesn't work that way with a sanitary sewer plant. You have to put in different treatment systems, entire systems to address new requirements that come on board. And it's not a question of if you maintain it, then it would be okay. It's not like that because those requirements are not even treated under the original technology that was put in. You would have had to place hundreds of thousands of dollars of capital improvements into those plants just to keep them meeting the limits, and you would still be at the end of their service life where they are today. The sanitary sewer treatment plants, it may sound shocking to you, but it's not unusual for a sanitary treatment plant to require replacement after 30 or 40 years. That's pretty much the service life of a sanitary treatment plant. That's why it's cost beneficial to get out of the sewer business. That's exactly why we're doing this.
So just to get back to one of my other points, I obviously don't agree with the fact that we have to pay more money because of fines that were applied to the township because of your neglect. So Mayor Schwager, about a month ago, you were very vocal about your office losing power, and Orange and Rockland, you demanded a meeting with Orange and Rockland. Do you think it's right for Orange and Rockland, let's say, to fail to provide you a utility? They get fined by the state, and then to charge you more money because of their negligence of your utility?
I don't understand the analogy. Maybe because it's getting late, but I don't understand your analogy.
You
So
pay
maybe
for
we
an
can talk
electrical
off-
utility.
Mr. Giordano, maybe we could talk offline because I really don't understand your analogy.
We have spoken offline with many emails. The rest of the township committee does not respond, only you respond. So I know you want us to email to take things off of the public record.
I just
However,
don't
that's not the
understand your
best way.
analogy. If you could explain your analogy, I could answer you. But I didn't understand.
Trying my best. So the analogy is that it's a public utility, right? So if a public utility that you pay a monthly charge for, right, that's service. If that utility gets into some sort of trouble, has to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars of a fine that had no relation with you, do you feel like it's fair that they increase their rates to cover their fines?
Do we have a choice? If I want electric, I go to Orange or Rockland. I already spoke to PSE&G and said they're not coming to Oakland. So what is my
Sadly,
choice?
we don't have a choice. Sadly, we don't have a choice with the sewer. Our sewer utility, right? That's documented in the ACO of your neglect. You were fined $800,000, negotiated down to $400,000. And as David Young stated, we now have to, the sewer users, we have to pay more as part of our utility for your township negligence.
But he's
That
saying
is
you're
unfair.
not paying more. That's the whole point of this.
No,
Listen
we're
to it.
paying more.
Follow his financial charts. Follow what he said. Go meet with David. He will explain it to you on a one-to-one. He's saying you're not going to pay more in the end, in the aggregate. You're saying you are, but you're not.
David, are we paying more money, as you mentioned earlier in this meeting? Are our rates going up to cover the cost of the fine?
Our rates are going to probably be about the same as they are today for the next 3 or 4 years. Maybe slight increase, but no more than the rates would have gone up otherwise, with or without the penalty. I think the real question you're asking, and probably the point you want to get across, is if the town did not have a $400,000 penalty built into the rates, would those rates be lower? The answer to that obviously is yes. That $400,000 penalty is part of your costs. So if that wasn't in your costs, your rates would be lower.
Thank you, Mr. Young. That would be a point that I'm trying to make. And my question is, and I'll open up to the entire committee here, is that a fair thing? Is that a fair thing to us because of your neglect? Any other utility, right, you would have an issue with if they did that to you. So that's why we have an issue with this. So the money needs to be found somewhere else is what my point is.
So the question would be, in terms of your statement, you have a presumption in there of neglect, which I don't necessarily agree with. If the engineer is saying that our sewer treatment plants are unable to, because of their age, process the effluent to the right parts per million, it's not neglect. They simply can't do what the new requirements are asking them to do. So that's not neglect, in my opinion. That is, they can't do. We're resolving that issue by doing something different. We could fix the treatment plants, very expensive, or we can flow the stuff out of town, which is a more economical solution.
I'll move on very quickly. This would be the last thing that I have. Linda, in an email to me, you stated that this is not phase one. You've said it adamantly on this meeting that phase one has nothing to do with your vision of centralized sewer systems. You continue to state in the email that on public record, you've used the phrase phase one several times only because the NJDEP has used the phrase phase one. So in essence, you're trying to repeat that. So
Correct.
if that's the case, and the NJDEP calls this phase one out of a one phase, I assume, or what are the other phases that you've talked about with the NJDEP?
We've put, it's totally separate. This has been a separate issue with dealing with we have separate meetings dealing with the town possible sewer system. Those meetings are with DEP and with the Highlands. We've had so many meetings with the Highlands representatives and with other water companies. That is a separate issue. DEP lumped us all together, called it phase one, so we just continued it, not thinking anything about the name, but it's not phase one, it's phase 1, 2, 3. And then if we do end up sewering the town, which is what I would hope to do, to sewer the downtown, that would be phase A, B, C, not 1, 2, 3.
So this is phase
It's
one,
a matter of
one
words.
phase plan.
It has nothing to do with hopefully eventual sewering of the downtown.
Yeah, if I can, we've had lots of meetings, and John Bialy and the mayor, I know they've both been at, and Kevin and John have been in any number of meetings with the DEP where we try to make progress on a whole raft of different regulatory issues, whether it's the interbasin transfer, the water allocation, probably forgetting a whole bunch of them here. So when we talk about phase one or phase two, it's really an expression of priority, right? So what time-wise, what's most urgent? Certainly it's to decommission these plants and to send that flow out of basin, right? So if you want to call it priority one, priority two, priority three, whatever name you want to call it, doesn't really change the fact that this project stands on its own. I think that's the point that we've been making. And I know that, many residents obviously disagree with that, but I wouldn't get too hung up on, the phase one, phase two, phase three part, because, if we would go and meet with the DEP, we talk about different regulatory issues involving, multiple potential phases. And we're trying to kind of parse this out so that we could get approval for the decommissioning and move ahead with that while we continue to work on, let's say, an expansion of the entire system. So I don't know if that helps, but that's kind of the way we're viewing it.
I appreciate all of your responses. I'm going to let other people speak, so thank you.
Thank you.
You could still email me.
Okay, next up, Jennifer Inglet.
Hi.
Hi, Jennifer.
Hi there.
Hi, everyone. How are you?
Good evening.
Hey, it's my turn. Thank you, everybody, for your kind and patient responses.
We need your address.
Oh, sorry, 1 Chapel Hill.
Thank you.
2 houses down from Katrine. So I had one little thing. One of your decommission slides, I think the dates were wrong. It said 2021, and I think the last 2 dates were supposed to be 2022. So if you wouldn't mind correcting that slide, because I think when we go back to review this meeting, I'm in my mind, I just need that corrected. I had some questions about the residential properties and if you keep saying decommission, and what does that mean for the resident? Does that mean the lines going from the resident's house to the STPs, will they need to be replaced? Is that part of the copper and the metal issue? And will the switching from one service to the other service, will that be like a seamless thing, or will the residents be expected to leave their homes at that time? Is it happening all at once, like all 3 areas are going to be turned on at once? Can you just go in a little more detail about that?
Kevin?
Yes. The way it works is nothing, as I stated earlier, there's a collection system. And in the case of Chapel Hill, it goes to a treatment plant. and that treatment plant then treats the effluent and then discharges it. So what we're doing is we're not touching the collection system. So your home to the lateral to the sewer main doesn't get touched in any way. What happens is where it enters the treatment plant, we have to build this new infrastructure, which is the pump station and the force main that's going to take it down past the firehouse, up over Hiawatha and down to Lakeside. And after that's in place, then what's going to happen is the line that goes now into the sewer plant will now be diverted into a new pump station. And once that's operational, then we demolish the treatment plant and restore that area. And your large building there will become a much smaller building, like a shed, which will have a generator in it, some controls, and some basic material storage just to maintain the pump station. What's required is you have to have a little safety crane, they call it a David crane, that you can come out, put it on so that confined space entry so people can service that pump station. But it's a subsurface pump station with a small shed that's there. So it's
So as a resident, it would be almost like a seamless operation for me.
you will see them put the force main in the roadway, but other than that, yeah, you won't see anything.
Okay.
Until the demolition of of course, the treatment plant, then it'll be restored to be just seed and grassed and, topsoil and seeded.
So there shouldn't be any issues with water pressure or backups into
No.
people.
No.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for right now. Thank you.
I updated the slides for you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, first name Artie and B.
Artie, and you're on.
Hello, this is Artie Brunchai, One Mountain Lakes Road. Thank you for taking the time to walk us through all this information. My question pertains specifically to conflict of interest, especially with respect to the bidding, which is supposed to take place, I believe, in January of 2021. So we've had some great work by Mr. Boswell of getting us an estimate of about $6 million for the project cost. Can you share with the community what the bidding process will look like? What protections are in place for conflict of interest? And I'd like to build on this question based on the responses that we receive.
It's a publicly bid project. It goes out for public bid. There's a certain period of time when bidders submit. They're required to submit with a bid bond, and it's reviewed with the EIT, and it's a public job. I don't understand what you mean by conflict of interest. It's a public bid.
Well, I just want to be assured that there would be no conflict of interest with anybody on the city council, mayor, legal team, etc. So I am not familiar with the bidding process. Is there, let's say, at least a requirement of at least 3 bids? Is it? I didn't even know that it's a public process. So I guess if you could just give us a quick 101, since essentially we are paying the bill at the end of the day, I think it's reasonable to find out how the bidding process works.
Maybe Rich.
Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
Adrian.
And John, but basically, as Kevin had alluded to, and John, feel free to jump in when you need to. This is publicly bid, which means that the plans and specs are prepared. A bid notice goes into the newspaper. There is a minimum amount of time that it has to elapse between the time that the ad goes in the paper and the time that you can open bids. That's a minimum of 10 days. Usually we do more than that to try and attract bidders and generate as much open competition as we can. The bids are then received. That is done publicly. They are opened and the amounts are read publicly at a meeting date that's in the bid notice. It is then reviewed by the borough's review team, which will consist of myself, and Mr. Napolitano, and Mr. Boswell, and the state, in this case, for this particular project. That is all reviewed. If it is in order, if the lowest apparent bidder is also deemed the lowest responsive and responsible, meaning that they meet all the legal criteria and they show evidence that they can successfully complete the work, then a recommendation goes up to the governing body and they are awarded the contract publicly at a council meeting by resolution.
So with the
only
expect,
thing I would add,
yes,
what, as part of this is all controlled by the New Jersey Local Public Contracts Law, which sets out the procedure in which we have to do this. It also includes a bunch of documents, additional documents, including an ownership disclosure statement, which will list that anybody who owns more than 10% of the company has to be disclosed as part of the bid. So you would know when you look at the document, that's where you would look at and see who has interests in the company. In addition, because this project is over a certain dollar amount, you would have to get a performance bond. So in that document, you would see a consent of surety, which would mean that there's an insurance company, a surety company that will give you a performance bond to guarantee that the work gets completed as a backup to the contractor in the event that the contractor defaults. So there are protections in the process. And like I said, it's all controlled by the state statutes.
very clear. Thank you. Just to follow up on what appears to be a pinch point for many people here, the $400,000 in fines. I know Mr. Young said that there's a relationship there with utility, therefore we have to own the fine, and it's a separate entity, if I'm paraphrasing appropriately. Do we know of that 400,000? What portion of that is driven specifically by the failure to report versus, let's say, the limits of, let's call it the emissions level metaphor that we used?
I will tell you, it's not specifically broken out. But if you look at the majority of the violations, they are related to permit exceedances, in terms of not the failure to report, but rather the failure for the plant to be able to meet those limits. I can try, probably with some help from Mr. DeBlock, to try to figure out what that ratio is. But like I said, I believe substantially, when you look at it, the majority of the violations are all permit exceedances.
I think that would be helpful for us to know. I think we're all reasonable and would probably, and you don't have to answer this, but probably feel that if somebody didn't do their job by not following a report, it's completely different than having antiquated machinery, which can't keep up with the really good intentions of cleaning our air and water, et cetera. And maybe there is a unique way that the town and the representatives of our town can come up with compensating the members that are impacted by that inadequate reporting.
This is an issue that is still open. Don't think it's a closed issue. Believe me, many of us are thinking about this. It's not a closed issue.
Thank you.
It's a very frustrating issue, but it's not closed.
Right.
And just so you know, I have to assume that we have to pay the fines. So I have to include them in all of our budget outlooks and everything else. Same thing with the contingency. I don't think we're going to have to spend it because I've been working with Boswell for over 2 years and they have not come in on a project over budget. You know, so I have to include it, even though I think I don't hope and don't think we'll spend it. Same thing with the fines. If we can get insurance to pay for it, that'll be a big load off my mind too.
Agree. Hopefully that happens. Now, I want to go back to what a resident said about a Band-Aid approach. And I'm not trying to put words in their mouth, but what resonated to me was, if we've got this potential grand vision, which I really love, to have sewers throughout downtown or through other parts of the town to enable our downtown to flourish, could you help give some perspective as to why we wouldn't blow this project out and we're restricting ourselves to these 3-inch PVCs instead of going with heavier piping and bigger and forgive me for not having the right technical, but basically a better infrastructure to complete this all at once, and then as a town carry us forward to a better, more prosperous future.
This is an engineering answer.
That is an excellent question. And the quick answer is the question. The quick answer is the DEP will not also allow us to design it for having an 8-inch force main. When you design the flows and the sizing of the force main, you have to have minimum velocities within the force main. And if you don't, then either it becomes septic or you get separations and then you get clogs. So there's a whole minimum and maximum velocity within the force main that we are required to design to as part of the technical engineering report that accompanies our design. So you're absolutely right that in the future, there's an 8-inch main that's going to follow all the way up. If and when this wastewater management plan gets approved by DEP, it will follow much of the same alignment. But we cannot put an 8-inch main in there because the velocities, the flows would just sit in the line, and it would not meet the other water quality and DEP regulatory requirements by putting in such a large line. So we've actually talked with BCUA, who would be the lead agency if there ever is a future phase with the wastewater management plan getting approved, and it's just not practical to do as part of this job. It doesn't work. We're not allowed to do it. But it's an excellent question, and logically you would think that, but that's not what we're able to do.
Now, building on that and reflecting back to a comment earlier where we are benefiting from the groundwork done by Franklin Lakes and having our opportunity to hook up with them, while we don't know, based on what I heard in the conversations here, we don't know what deal or benefit they may have had with the utility and if they're getting some type of a better deal or a better rate because now we are potentially hooking up to the same infrastructure in the future as part of, hypothetically, this grand downtown plan. Is there language that we can insert as part of this project that the homes that are footing the bill now will reap some type of a rebate or an offset because of the greater good to the town?
Rich, do you want to handle that or should I?
I think you can, and I think John can too, because I think that this gets into the central question of, what happens when more users come on the system, and how we treat that and how that may benefit the current, the existing system users. I think you probably have a little bit more experience with that than I do at this point.
Okay, so what happens is that the Northwest Bergen Utility Authority has a connection fee that's about $5,000 per home to connect. And that's the $820,000 fee that we're talking about. That is a reimbursement back to all of the other entities that put up the money to build the infrastructure that sits there now in Waldwick. So in the same way that we pay to them, a future user of this utility would be reimbursing those who came first as a municipal connection fee. So you can't just sit here and say what it's going to be today, because there's really no way. First of all, without a wastewater management plan, there's no connector. There's nobody connecting. But the way it works is that, let's say somebody wants to connect into that gravity line in the future. you're absolutely right. There is the town would then be able to charge a connection fee that not only pays for the NBCUA connection fee, but also their pro rata share of this infrastructure in the future. It's done by ordinance. And so there is a process, but you can't sit here and say it's going to happen when you have no legal ability to make anything happen. But there, if there are many towns where, if the connection fee to the NBCUA is 5,000, the borough's connection fee may be 10,000 and may reimburse you 5,000. It could be 15,000. So many towns have a municipal connection fee that some of it goes to the treatment works authority and some of it goes back to the utility that Mr. Young would operate. And again, that would go to reduce the continuing operational cost of the utility.
Okay, clear. I think that's all I had. Did you have anything else? I gotta always check with the boss.
We all do.
Good. She's good.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, next up is resident Colleen Hardcastle.
Okay. Sorry, I was, it says, am I unmuted? Because it says it's not allowing me to do it.
No,
No,
good.
we can hear you.
Okay,
just
great.
figure
Colleen Hardcastle, 101 East Oak Street. And I want to thank you all for making the time, and also Jennifer and Audrey for some of your questions, answered some of my questions. So thank you. But I still have two. One is the NCBUA cost that's sent to Oakland. Will that be allocated to us in the same way as our existing sewer fees based on our water usage? Or is it going to be some other formula like an equal amount per household?
Yes.
You're right. So I think as of right now, we envision to be that we would still use the same rate structure with a base fee amount and a variable amount based on usage, since that's the way that we'll be getting billed from the utility.
I would anticipate that we would do that portion of the chargeback as a adjustment to the base rate. And as the Northwest Bergen charges us for a gallonage, we would pass on the gallonage charge based upon everybody's water consumption. So I think you can anticipate that's how we would do it. That's how we do most of our internal rates right now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And then the other, I think, is more a question for Kevin Boswell. What's the life expectancy for the collection and pumping stations that we're building now? How soon before we have increased costs because of needing to replace those or failures of those?
Well, the collection system, the Chapel Hill system is new, pretty new. So, and it's tight. It was PVC gasketed pipe, so we don't have infiltration. The Skyview Highbrook collection system, we're currently in the midst of putting together a bid spec for a lining of that collection system to minimize the intrusion of groundwater into that system. So that would again give it another 40, 50-year service life minimum. The pump stations, the wet wells themselves are precast concrete. They last 80 plus years, but the pumps themselves would probably have a service life of 20 years, and they get swapped out every 20 years or so. It's a much simpler setup with a much more predictable service life than the treatment plants. The problem with the treatment plants is not simply the treatment. As I said earlier, it's a ever increasing set of standards that you have to operate to. And
the standards keep getting,
yeah, it's very, very difficult. So and the Oakwood Knolls system is a similar, it's an older system. And what you typically would do is you would slip line the collection system, but the pipes themselves don't wear out. They become they allow groundwater in, so you slip line the pipes. So it's not, there's not a lot to break, if you will.
Oh, I should
And-
divulge. I used to own a robotic video sewer inspection business in Kentucky. So I
Okay.
understand slip lining and things.
Okay.
And
Okay.
Colleen.
And maybe
Colleen,
nobody else does, but yes.
We've also included those type things in the ongoing budget. You know, there's money
great.
included every year in what you're paying now and what your future are outlooking to take care of those type of capital costs. So we have anticipated those and they're already kind of assumed in your current rates.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Well,
That's
well, David, just to the projected rates.
Yes.
right. Right. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Chris Bermudez.
You're muted.
Hold on. Hi, good evening. Chris Bermudez, 28 Cayuga Avenue. Mr. DeBlock, are you still on here? I have some follow-up questions for you. I don't know if you're putting your daughter to bed.
Sorry about that.
No problem. So you took over in 2018 for Jerry.
Correct.
All right. So you said you started in 2018 and immediately started using the correct chemicals, stating basically Jerry wasn't.
I can't speak to how he operated the facility previously.
So when you took over the maintenance, you already saw that the maintenance wasn't up to par and there was corrosive parts and that it wasn't going to work.
There were areas where I recommended immediate corrective actions to improve the performance of the plants, and the borough authorized us to proceed with those immediate corrective actions.
So a township employee was maintaining them, was not properly maintaining them then.
I can't speak to any of that.
Okay, that's fine. That's a good enough answer. Mayor, my second question is for you because you read this on a slide. So a neighboring town recently went to sewers. You've had no contact with Franklin Lakes to see how they funded the project, if they applied for any grants?
I am, as you know, I speak to Frank Bavona often, but we did not talk about this, no.
Okay, isn't that a bad business
He has not
practice?
divulged that.
Isn't that a bad business practice though? If my neighbor was doing something that I was about to do, don't you think I should speak to my neighbor how they went about funding the project?
I was not aware of any grants.
Okay, so but you didn't contact them. That's, as mayor, that's
Spoken
negligent.
to me.
That's basically
I
negligent.
have spoken to Frank Bavona.
About sewers.
They had separate issues.
Okay, did they just get sewers?
They didn't sewer the whole town. Actually, Kevin.
Did they just get sewers? Yes or no? Did they put a sewer line in?
Kevin will speak about it. He's their engineer.
I'm asking you, you're the mayor. Did they put sewer lines in?
I will defer to Kevin and stop yelling
Yes
at
or no
me.
question.
Kevin, I'm not
Mr.
answering your question, Kevin.
Mr. Bermudez,
Yes,
I am the borough engineer for Franklin Lakes as well.
They just put in sewers, correct?
I'm sorry?
They put in sewers, yes or no?
The Northwest Bergen Utility Authority ran an interceptor line on Franklin Avenue, installed a pump station behind Stop and Shop, and installed a force main that runs up Franklin Avenue, down Polis Avenue, and discharges into the Township of Mawa system. I'm sorry, into the Northwest Bergen Interceptor in Mawa at Chapel Road. And the Borough of Franklin Lakes has expanded their collection system to tie into the Northwest Bergen owned interceptor system at their own expense without the benefit of any grants.
Okay, so they didn't, I'm sorry, I have notes. So they didn't use the Environmental Infrastructure Trust Fund to get to secure the funding for that?
The Northwest Bergen Utility Authority did utilize NJEIT funding. The Borough of Franklin Lakes did not.
Okay, so Northwest Bergen actually paid for the sewer line to Franklin Lakes. Franklin Lakes didn't pay for it.
They paid for a portion of it, yes. They
But-
paid for the majority. They were the lead agency. Whether or not Franklin Lakes paid for any portion of it, I cannot say.
Okay, so were any grants applied for our project? Basically, I don't understand how Franklin Lakes got Northwest Bergen to run a sewer line. And here we have 250 residents paying for a sewer line to be ran. That makes absolutely zero sense to me. But so were they not given a $1 million loan forgiveness as part of their project via a grant?
I don't know.
How do you-
Northwest Bergen handled the project. The Borough of Franklin Lakes did not.
So our mayor hasn't spoken to Franklin Lakes how they got Northwest Bergen to cover the project. I find that as bad business practice. Honestly, I'm not the smartest person here, but I am going to run for politics, because if I was doing a project, Miss Mayor, I would have went to Franklin Lakes and be like, how'd you get
Because
second?
I
I have another,
totally-
okay, I'll follow up because
I'm
you're not going to
gonna
answer.
be
I already know you're not going to
sarcastic
answer.
to you. I am not going to be sarcastic to you, but I've been to many meetings with Frank, and I've been also to many meetings with Northwest. And this issue was discussed, and this issue has been followed up, and Northwest turned us down.
I have been to no meetings, but I feel like I could have at least spoken to Franklin Lakes and seen how they secured that deal. It's a much better deal than we're getting here. Second, so Mr. Boswell, obviously in the sewer game, you guys know these plants are going to go bad in the next 30, 40, 50 years, correct?
The plants have a service life.
So wouldn't it be a good business practice over the 30, 40, 50 years to cover the cost of maintaining these plants, knowing that they're eventually going to have to be replaced?
We actually did an investigative study in April of 2017. That study is a part of the wastewater management plan, and it is actually part of the reason why the DEP allowed us to proceed with the decommissioning at this time as a separate project.
So they agreed that there was no money to maintain these plants, so they were going to let you do this hookup thing.
No, they agreed it was a far more cost-effective and economical solution to get out of the sewer business, and that's why you have the project you have tonight.
So was there any money put aside for this project based over the last 50 years or 70 years? Because I've only moved in 6, but apparently the sewers went in. I moved in 2016. The sewers went in, what, 1950, 1960? So for the last 50 to 60 years, has there been any money put aside for this project?
Mr. Young can answer the question relating to a surplus within the utility.
Yeah, so there is money that has been in the budget to build surplus. There was not any monies put aside by previous budgets to fund in full a project to replace the sewer plants. There are 2 approaches to municipal finance. One is called pay-as-you-go, where you try to increase the sewer rates so that you can afford to pay cash for large items instead of going out and bonding, which is the other choice. Currently in Oakland, and for the past, they've managed their large capital projects through bonding. So it's not unusual for towns to do that.
Okay, so you being the finance guy or the township administrator, has anyone tried securing a grant for this project?
I can tell you in all of, whenever we've looked to see if there are grants for this, whether it's with the Highlands Council or through the DEP, we came up empty when it came to doing anything involving actual, putting pipe in the ground.
Okay.
And I would add that your earlier comment about principal forgiveness, if there was principal forgiveness provided on a prior project over in Franklin Lakes, it would have come through the EIT, and those types of programs have certain times when they are in effect and times when they are not in effect. So
See, once again, though,
at this time, could I just finish my answer? At this
Absolutely, go ahead.
time, there are no provisions for principal forgiveness in going through the EIT funding process.
Okay, so I will actually email you guys the grant that I found that still has money available. And once again, I'm just a resident. I don't work for the town. I'm not the mayor. The mayor has failed us by not speaking to Franklin Lakes, how they secured that deal.
Excuse me.
And the fact that, I'm sorry, it's
put
true.
words into my mouth and you're being accusatory.
Did you speak to Franklin Lakes at all over their sewers?
Yes,
How they
I
maintain their
have
sewers?
spoken to Franklin Lakes, and we will have this
About their
discussion
sewers, yes or
offline.
no?
I refuse to respond to your
How?
accusation.
It's a yes or no
You're
question. Have
lying.
you speaken to
Goodbye,
Franklin Lakes?
Mr.
Yes or no?
Hernandez.
It's a yes or no question.
What is your question?
Have you spoken to Franklin Lakes about their
Yes.
sewers and how?
Yes.
Okay, that's easy. So why not say yes? You said no before.
Because you're accusatory and nasty and
I'm not
belligerent.
nasty. You don't want to
I
answer
will
the question for. I'm
not
done.
respond to
Thank you. You do not have my vote.
I never would have expected it.
Next up is resident Julie Powers.
Sorry, I guess you're pretty surprised to see not not a Julie.
We see Julie.
Joshua Lurie, 14 Academy Circle. I have a few very hopefully to the point questions. First one is, prior to the year 2018, did the borough obtain and otherwise maintain an errors and omissions or otherwise general liability policy which would cover any of the losses that are being assessed to the residents with sewers? And if so, have any claims been made onto that insurance policy?
I think that was answered. I think that was answered already, Richard. Please explain.
Yeah, so the borough does have coverage through our joint insurance fund. There have not, I'm not sure what you mean by claims. In terms of the penalties that were assessed, again, we are talking with our risk manager to see what coverage may be afforded under the policies that we have in effect.
Okay. Next question is specifically with respect to the liability for any penalties being assessed specifically towards the residents. Mr. Young stated that that was pursuant to New Jersey law, and I don't expect anyone to specifically have this on hand at this time, but if it would be possible, if the specific statute and citation under either New Jersey statutes or administrative code could be provided so that we residents could see specifically what the municipality is looking at with respect to the assessment of the penalties to the residents versus to the municipality itself.
Okay,
However,
I will
I'd be happy to find that out now.
I will pull the code. The code will talk to the costs associated with the self-liquidating utility. I don't know if the code specifies every cost that is associated. They wouldn't specify utilities. They wouldn't specify insurance. They may or may not specify penalties. It's going to, I would assume that the statute, because I've seen all the statutes for the current fund, is that it's going to say cost and expenditures. And this is a cost and or expenditure for the utility. But I will pull that and I will amend it to any notes that we send out.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Then the final question that I have is specifically with respect to, because of the fact that we are in the Highlands, our water system, which is completely integrated into the sewer system to a certain discussed here, whether or not an environmental impact statement has been sought and obtained either through the DEP or with the applicable federal agencies to deal with any modifications to any water flow issues.
Yes, if I may address that. There's, in response to any water flow issues, Mr. Powers?
That's Lurie, sorry.
Lurie, I'm sorry.
No, specifically with respect to the modification of the Ramapo River into being a specific classed river. It may have certain legal ramifications that apply to the regulations under the Clean Water Act. And the fact that we may be adjusting water that may be going into or being into that river through the modification of the sewer systems, which I understand from hearing this, that there was some overflow that was going into there eventually. And then we're speaking about changing that into a greater municipal system, which would be taking the water from flowing directly into there out into a larger system, whether or not the impact of water which would exist inside of the water system, in which case it would require potentially either the DEP authorization with respect to water and approval, or otherwise with the United States Corps of Engineers, Army Corps of Engineers, on environmental impact statement, because it would be affecting the navigable waterway.
The answer is yes. There are two issues that you're talking about. First one really relates to interim operating limits, and that's addressed specifically in the ACO. And those water quality discharge limits are established, and that's what we're operating under since the execution of the ACO. The second part that you're talking about, it deals with the aquifer within the Ramapo River and whether any environmental studies have been done or are being done. And there are multiple environmental agencies that are involved. There are multiple submissions and reports that are done, with the primary one being driven by the the Highlands Council. And right now it's referred to as a water use and mitigation, water use conservation, water conservation and mitigation plan. That has been submitted to the Highlands Council, and there are several elements to that. That ties in with the future wastewater management plan. It's not part of this, and it does involve a very lengthy modeling of the regional aquifer that the Highlands Council is responsible for. And that goes down to the New Jersey State Bureau of Water Allocation, who then review it from that perspective. So there are many agencies involved when it comes to water allocation. And it would take literally, not just tonight, but several nights to explain some of the detail that we've gone through to address the requirements of those agencies. I'm happy to give you all the information, but that's all tied in with the wastewater management plan. And the point I want to make now is it wasn't until February of this year that we had call it a breakthrough, where the DEP allowed us to, for the sake of decommissioning these 3 plants, they allowed us to simply do a minor modification of our water allocation permit to just deduct that water that we would normally be allowed to take out of the ground in order to decommission these plants, rather than be forced to have to replace the plants. So this was a very straightforward manner of dealing with that second criteria that you just brought up. But I can tell you that that second criteria is a major part and consideration of the overall wastewater management plan.
And just following up on that very, very briefly, the submissions that have been made to the Highlands Council, as well as the State Bureau, is that currently available anywhere where a resident would be able to take that without having to go through the Oprah request process? Obviously, we could go through that. I'm just wondering if whether or not the town submitting a submission specifically to a larger municipal body could make that available either through the borough's website or elsewhere for residents to be able to review to see what exactly has been going on here.
The best reference document that says it all is the wastewater management plan, which has been modified again and recently uploaded as recently as within the past 30 days. It's being reviewed by the DEP, and then what's required is they would publish it. It was originally published back in March of 2018 for public comment, and there were a total of 4 letters received, and then the DEP did not move forward with adopting it. And there was a long story why, but it wasn't adopted. A new group came in following the departure of the old governor and with Governor Murphy, and we've been asked to make some changes to it, and those changes have been made. It's been resubmitted, and that would be republished again. So between the wastewater management plan, the water conservation and mitigation report plan, that is a Highlands document, and some other documents which I'm happy to provide for you, which relate back to the Highlands Council. Those are really the documents I believe you're looking for, and we'll certainly be able to get them to you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next up is Vivian Steinmetz.
Give your name and address.
Got my video. Hi, how are you? Thank you very much. I'm Vivian Steinmetz, 74 West Sheffield Street. This should be an easy question actually, are the slides going to be available? I believe this is being recorded, but are they going to be available and posted on the Oakland website, or so that we can have access to them like in a PDF type format?
Yes, Ms. Steinmetz, they should be up on the website starting tomorrow.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And my other question is, I'm a little confused, and maybe I didn't understand it correctly about, I believe in the beginning in the presentation that there was some discussion about possibly hooking into this system a few of the other businesses in the main area down the hill here. But I know we've talked about nothing else is being hooked in. So can you clarify that for me and what that means?
Have you
exactly?
mentioned, I think you were talking about Lakeside?
No, I thought you were talking about a few other, I know that Copper Tree is part of this already, but I
Yeah.
thought you were talking about a couple of other businesses down there, maybe being able to hook into our, this project.
Not this system. It would require a different system. It'll wind up being an interceptor line going down 202, owned and operated by Northwest Bergen, going to a Northwest Bergen owned and operated pump station down by Portobello. That's a whole separate project
Right.
that is years away.
Right. No, I got that. I just thought you had said that there were a couple of businesses. But then if I understand it correctly, so we're going to have a 3-inch pipe essentially going down part of 202 to Franklin Avenue from where I live.
Yes.
Down Oak and then around. But then if the rest of the downtown area got down the road, got hooked in, you'd end up with possibly like an 8-inch pipe also running along 202. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes. Whenever there is a future project, if and when, what would happen is that the entire pump station that exists for Oakland Knolls would be taken offline, and you just flow by gravity into this future gravity line that goes down 202. So it gets a lot simpler. But again, that's
I know.
that's a whole, you're dealing with planning agencies, you're dealing with permitting agencies. There's a lot of hurdles that you deal with, and there's an immediate need to either replace or decommission these treatment plants. So we're dealing with the decommissioning or replacement of the plants. That's what this project is.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, next up is Farah Furman.
Ms. Furman there?
It doesn't
Let's do it.
appear so. We will come back to her. Next up is Jay
Okay.
DeMauro.
Okay. There you go. Welcome.
How are you? Jay DeMauro from Massasoit Trail. I have a couple of questions for you. My first one goes back to the grants briefly. I believe the mayor said something about that grants were looked into, but we were turned down. Could you
All
expand?
right, I'm just going to answer this because I just had this whole accusation by one of your neighbors, and he was very belligerent and accusatory. So my answer is, we looked into grants. I spoke to Franklin Lakes. And if anybody knows of any grants that we're not aware of, or that we missed, or something happened, why doesn't he come forward or give us the information? And I will contact him after this. I will personally contact that resident and say, if you know of a grant that we somehow missed, well, why don't you tell us it? Then you can help all of your fellow sewer residents.
Is it too late for that in the process, or?
No.
Okay.
No, we can take grants after the fact and apply them against any debt that we may have and reduce that debt. Most grants, they will want you to secure them up front before you actually do a project. And we've had grant coordinators, we've had firms that have supported us in searching for grants, and we have a person who's part of their job here in Borough Hall is to help us research and find and secure grants. So we do try, we do look. If something slipped by us, as the mayor said, we'd be happy to go after it now, because we don't want to spend any more money than we have to, because it's
Okay.
our
So
money,
if you
it's
know
our
of
money.
a grant, or if anybody knows of a grant that we somehow missed, or some of our employees that handle this, as David Young said, why are you keeping it a secret?
No, so if we come up with any ourselves, of course, we'd forward those. I know it's part of the NBCUA on their website. They also have guidance about grants. So I was wondering if when you were pursuing them, if you spoke to them about it, since they're actually doing the
Of
project.
course. Do you think that we would not?
I'm asking because we don't have one, and I know that Franklin Lakes did have some grant money. And
That
some
is a
service.
very specific issue that Franklin Lakes dealt with Northwest before we even came into the picture. It's a very unique issue that Franklin Lakes had. And it's like comparing apples to oranges. I know no one likes that phrase, but it is so true. The issues of Oakland are not the issues that Franklin Lakes dealt with. And there were,
Well, could you tell us how they're
different? Repercussions after that.
Can you tell us how they're different?
No.
Okay, great.
The programs that may have existed.
Sometimes
then-
with litigation, you can't talk about it. Go ahead, Kevin.
The programs that go through the EIT that involve principal forgiveness they're funded with a certain amount of money, and they have cutoff dates and they have expiration dates. The borough has received some grants from the Highlands Council relating to some of the deliverables that had to be submitted by the borough there. So it's not true to say the borough hasn't received grants. They have.
Grants
But-
applied to this project?
Yes. Grants applied to the overall effort of sewering the town, which applied to both the decommissioning portion as well as the wastewater management plan. The water use and conservation plan was paid for in total by a grant issued by the Highlands Council.
Does that appear on the slides that you gave in the beginning of the presentation when we
No,
were
it
talking
doesn't.
about funding?
No, but I'm happy to give you the details of it. I mean,
Okay, that'd be
it's-
great as a follow-up.
Sure.
Could you talk a little bit about the permits that are required for whatever's going on for this phase and whatever future phases are?
Sure, the project will require a treatment works approval from DEP. It will require a Bergen County road opening permit from Bergen County Roads. It will require a Bergen County Soil Conservation District. It will require a license agreement with the New York and Susquehanna and Western Railroad for crossing their right-of-way. It will require an approval from New Jersey DOT to cross the area within their jurisdiction at 287. Those are the permits.
Okay, and is there a reason why?
And it may require Borough of Franklin Lakes for a portion of Lakeside Boulevard that cuts through from the Oakland Borough line until it reaches the county road in Franklin Avenue.
Okay.
There may be a separate, it'll be a road opening permit. So I'm sorry, it will be a road opening permit.
Is there a reason why a project of this size wouldn't be able to be considered a capital project item?
It is a capital project.
It is capital.
So aren't there other ways to fund that besides just applying the fees as a utility to the 200 and some odd users of the sewer?
Right. So a capital project is funded through, in the state of New Jersey, through bonding. So anything actually over $5,000 you can bond for within the state of New Jersey. We could go out to private bond, but it would probably cost us about $1 million more in terms of long-term costs over the life of the project to go private. By going through the New Jersey Infrastructure Trust, we're going to get a bond 50% at zero interest and the other 50% at market rate. So we're going to get about
Whatever the way that you
1.25%
do that,
bond.
wouldn't that be a way to distribute the costs to the municipality instead of to this 200 homes?
Now, the bond for this project has to be to the utility because it is a utility project.
So I guess that's been repeated a few times, but I'm still sort of confused why this wouldn't be considered sort of municipal infrastructure. When something happens in the middle of town and a water main breaks and the costs are there to repair that and get water back to houses that might be on YAPO, do you systematically just bill the houses on YAPO for the repair of that water main?
That is paid for through the water utility.
So why couldn't this be done in the same fashion?
It is.
Well,
But by
it is.
sewer
It's being
utility.
billed through the sewer utility.
Right, but I don't know of any other example where you bill just specific addresses on a certain street. I've never really heard of anything like that before. So I still have, to me, it's still a sticking point.
So
What
yeah,
about septic?
And part of that may be just inherent in the very limited size of our sewer utility. Okay, we have 235 customers. It is a very small portion of the overall number of residential units in the town. There are some other communities like that. I know West Milford had a similar setup with certain neighborhoods, and there were all sorts of similar issues there over cost and maintenance and whatnot. Because as we've mentioned before, it's inherently less efficient than having your flow treated at a larger regional plant. Even the Round Pole River Reserves plant, which one of the residents had mentioned before, that plant serves about twice the number of customers or so, or somewhere between, let's say, 1.5 and 2 times the amount of customers that the borough serves. So it's very limited, and that makes it, I think, rather unique compared to, let's say, larger communities where the entire town is sewered. And so you are distributing it just de facto over your entire resident base, even though it would still be going through the sewer utility. If that makes sense.
Yeah, so I guess what I do understand is if there's a hookup fee for the service, and if there are quarterly fees that we've all paid, we've been here 20 years and we pay, anytime I share with anybody that I know what we pay for our water bill, they're sort of astounded by it. So I understand that quarterly fee for having the service. I understand that moving forward, if the NBCUA is going to be taking care of our treatment from now on, which I think is actually a good idea, because I don't think small towns should be in the business of doing treatment. I understand that fee could be assessed to the houses using it, but I still view the setup of the actual infrastructure as a municipal infrastructure, and I think that's something that's shared by all of the different people here. We've already had this. We bought our homes with this service attached to it. We don't have the option to have a septic. You can't simply take away us having sewage removal from our homes. That's not an option. So
trapped here.
What's that?
You're fairly restricted to the service that you have.
Right. So I just think as a municipality that there should be some way to differentiate between what would be a quarterly maintenance fee and an actual infrastructure setup. I don't know of any other examples where that's sort of how the town bills something that happens in the town.
Yeah,
That's the whole idea of having a community and a municipality, is that we all share the cost. We all benefit by having the roads paved and then plowed, and everything else that goes on with living in a town. So to suddenly have one thing just pinned to a few homes doesn't seem to make sense to me. But that's something I guess we're going to keep talking about. The last thing is kind of a silly question. Does anybody in the mayor and council actually have a subscription to the Bergen Record?
Yes, I do.
Do you? Okay. In the future, when we need to be notified about anything going on with the sewer, anything related to this utility or anything related to where it's going to cost us money, can we agree that we need to be notified? Since there's only 215 homes, can we agree that we'll either be emailed or mailed to directly and not rely on some kind of announcement in the Bergen Record? I think it's sort of antiquated and not.
Well, that was wasn't that very specific, John Napolitano? For the
Yeah, I mean,
ACO?
that was the department's guidelines to us as to where we had to advertise it.
Can we agree to get rid of
think
that,
he's
since that's
talking
not really
in
how
general.
people get their information anymore? I think it's a good way for you guys to announce things, knowing that most people aren't going to hear about it. So now that we know who is sort of the stakeholders and it's not that many stamps, can we kind of make an agreement that that's how we'll be contacted in the future?
Well, when we sent out the letters, we did ask residents that when you were replying, if you're going to attend, give us your email addresses so that going forward, as this project gets rolling, we can use that to send out e-blasts on the status of the project as it goes along.
But you didn't get full compliance of all the emails.
No, I mean, that's something
So
we can work on.
We can put together a list. We can put together a list for you. But I think mail would be great.
What we, I belong to the Bergen County Bar Association, and when we do mailings, we say, we used to do packets both in the mail and email, and you had a choice, and that's how they saved the money, that if you did not have an email, then you would get regular mail. So what we could do is we could send out information. Please send us your email address. If you don't have an email address or do not have access to the computer, we will be sending mailing. But then again, people say, like, I'm doing a closing in one of the sewer service areas, and it'll be a new resident. So what good is the email? So maybe we will have to consider, but that has to be a council decision. It's not anybody here alone. This is something that the Water and Sewer Committee will have to talk about.
Well, I think it's just a limited amount of people that you've assigned as stakeholders. So I think you know how to reach us.
How many letters were sent out, Richard?
To every system user, so 235.
So it's a good point, and I appreciate that. And this is something that the council will have, the entire council will have to vote and decide on that.
Okay.
But it's a very good point you're making.
All right,
Because
thanks,
I think I'm one of the few people who still gets the record.
I think so.
I get it too.
You get it too?
I do.
I don't.
Sorry. There were some good
Thanks,
things in
Jay.
there.
Okay, next up, resident Michael Carty.
Hello?
Yes, good evening.
Hey, how you doing? Mike Carty, 44 Tuscarora Drive. A couple questions. One, you guys asked us, well, you said that you reached out to only who you had to reach out to in the beginning, correct?
I don't understand the question.
Well, when you had the first meeting, you only reached out to those certain people.
Oh,
that
you're
you had.
talking about when we had the meeting at the
Yes, yes.
Who did we reach out to, Richard?
The one back in February, that was primarily with the
You said that
serviced by the Skyview plant.
Yeah, so you had it. You guys said earlier that according to New Jersey law or whatever, you only had to reach out to.
No, you're
certain
mixing up. You're mixing that
Sorry,
up.
that's about
That
the
meeting was
ACO.
just to discuss the issue with that particular treatment plant. But what John Napolitano was saying had to do with the state guidance for the ACO.
Yes, so you only reached out to a certain amount of people, right? Correct? On the ACO?
I mean, John?
Yeah,
All right.
they were sent to, it was sent to the county, it was sent to the town, it was published.
Yeah,
in-
put in a Bergen record, correct. So why did you, so then my question is, why did you just reach out to 235 people in a letter sent to us about this? How hard was that to do before? I mean, you did 235 letters for this meeting, but you didn't do 235 letters for the beginning one on the ACO.
I think with the ACO, it was more a matter of, okay, what do we need to do here to make sure that we're in compliance with the ACO guidelines? And, we got feedback from the DEP on what that notice should consist of, and we followed that.
Okay, all right, cool question. Next question is, I have two more questions. One, there was supposed to be in the last meeting we met at the senior center, and maybe Giselle, you're on this call. Maybe you can answer for it. You told us that our sewer lines were going to get lined, and they were going to be done very quickly after that meeting. Why aren't our sewer lines lined yet?
We're actually in the process of designing that it has to go to public bid because of the amount of money the project is.
So is that going to be with what is going on with these new plants?
It's a separate project.
Oh, it is a separate project. Okay. So are we going to be notified about that? Because no one even told us it went to bid. So
No, it has not gone to bid.
Not going to bid.
Okay,
Right,
so
so
we will be notified when it goes to bid.
We can let everybody know, sure. So
We will make sure that everybody knows.
But my question is why at the meeting in when we were at the town at the senior center, you guys
February.
told us that it was going to be done relatively quickly.
So in terms of relatively quickly for government, You probably have to reset your expectations. After that meeting, we had to wait for budgets to be passed. Then we have to pass a sewer ordinance. All of those things require several meetings and time between them before we have the funding available to be able to do the project. And once we have the funding available, then Giselle can put together the bid specs so that we can actually have a construction company come in. So
All right, and
relatively soon is within a year,
who is paying for that project?
the sewer utility.
So we are again.
You are, yes.
Okay. All right. So we're paying for more. All right. It's another project we're paying for.
It is in the budget that we discussed already. It is included in the fact that
But why
we'll be able
wouldn't
to
you?
maintain your rates.
But again, my thing is you weren't transparent with us even about. I just asked you that question. Why wouldn't you tell us that was in the budget? All right, you don't have to answer the question. My next thing is because no one can answer the question because you just can't. That's it. My next question is, for Boswell, the 3-inch pipe that you're putting down, correct? You're putting a 3-inch pipe down, right? Do you think
You're on mute. Kevin, you're on mute.
Oh, Kevin,
Michael,
sorry.
can you unmute Kevin?
Okay, I'm here.
Yeah, you're putting a 3-inch piping, right?
Yes.
Okay. In your heart, you think that's not going to clog? I have a 5-year-old that clogged a 3-inch pipe. So if that does clog, or is it going to back the houses up?
It goes through a grinder pump. I could make a joke about that, but it goes through a grinder pump, and a 3-inch is not a unusual size.
I know it's standard.
The market basket ties into either a 3 or 4-inch pipe. It's not unusual in sanitary force mains.
I get it. So again, is there a chance if it does back up, will it back up into people's homes?
No.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is
So you got to talk tonight.
Ben Wagman.
Can you hear me?
We can, Benjamin.
Good evening.
Okay, hi, how are you? 10 Mountain Lakes Road. I have 2 questions. Thank you all, first of all, for hosting this meeting. Much needed meeting for all the vested interest parties. Much anticipated meeting. So I thank you for having this. So my first question is kind of going back to the PowerPoint. Just let's review here for a moment here. Let me just frame the question first. I spoke with Mr. Bialy on Sunday after your Friday meeting for the sewers, and we spoke on the phone. And he told me that I would, as well as the other 200 plus households, have an idea of what this was going to cost us. Now, from what I understand with this meeting, this is really just us. It's not the township of Oakland. So really it's our pockets. It's my pocket and the 200 plus households, at least at this point. So looking at the PowerPoint, and I'm not good with spreadsheets and stuff, but I'm looking at the PowerPoint and I'm trying to make sense of this in terms of a quarterly. In other words, what this will look like on a quarterly bill, if that's how you're going to be billing this out, like it's been billed out for the 16 years I've lived here in the township. It seems as if, and I could be wrong here, when the NWBCUA comes into effect, you know, the 3-to-1 over to Stop and Shop comes into effect, our quarterly will be approximately 1812, or excuse me, our yearly will be 1812. And that is first of all, is that correct?
Yeah, when we're out looking forward, we think the current budget, if we didn't connect, would be 1830. And if we do connect, it'll be 1812. That's assuming a 2% increase in what we think our costs are going to be each year.
Okay, so if I took it 1812 and there's 4 quarters and I divided it by 4, we're talking about roughly $450, $453 for just the sewer charges, correct?
Correct. Yep.
Okay, so that's a situation, of course, that's pending, as we mentioned, you know, a rock that, you know, creates more of a building hazard and we got to incur that point and other things and litigation and whatever the case may be, correct? Like nothing is guaranteed. That is just an estimate, correct?
That is the rate for everything, not just this project. So that rate there that we're talking about is for your entire utility bill. There's no additional assessment or any additional charges that you're going to get hit with. It is just your annual user fee, and this capital project is being built into the current rate.
Correct, but the capital project could incur some hiccups along the way, which would ultimately increase that amount, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. The current system could have a failure that would increase that cost as well. So yes, we can't plan for what we don't know about. We believe the likelihood of that, given that we've got $200,000 in contingencies that we had to build into this one, is small, that we'll be exceeding that. The more likelihood is that the project will be less and the rate will be lower.
Okay, so you've kind of, I guess what you're saying is you've kind of over budgeted a little bit for this. So if anything, there's a possibility we might see a lower amount than this. This is kind of like your, not worst case scenario, but close to a worst case scenario.
The NJIT, because we're going through the NJEIT, the infrastructure bank, they require us to over budget than what you would if you're going through a private bonding company.
Okay. I don't know what the statistics are for projects like this across the townships, across the county, across the state, you know, in terms of what ends up coming back to the customers. That's something I'd like to know in terms of at least statistics, seeing how that over budget does factor in. And so that way people aren't like shocked at the end when they find out that they have to pay even more money.
In 2 years at the Borough of Oakland, I don't know of any change orders that we've done to any of our construction projects because they've exceeded the bid specs and what we put out there from a plan perspective.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Fair answer. Okay. So again, just to review that, we're looking at approximately $450 in that ballpark of what a quarterly would be starting in, I think it would be 2022.
Yep.
Prior to that, your budget calls for continuing the three solution, the three sewer areas. They're a little bit less, so that price would be a little bit less. And then the increase after the construction, I guess what you're saying is the increase is going to be less than what the increase would have been had we just continued to pay the fines and maintained the disaster that we have right now. That's what you're saying. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thank you for that. My other, it's more of a comment than a question. And it's as a result of what I'm hearing from the mayor and from in response to the questions, the mayor's response to the questions regarding grants. It's disturbing to me that nobody on the council nor the mayor is sewer. Okay, to me that right off the bat raises a red flag for obvious reasons.
With you, I would love to have a sewer.
Okay, I'm not talking about what we would love to have. I'm talking about our pockets at this point. Okay, and I understand septic. I'm well aware of septic. Okay, but at this point, it's our pockets, and we've been paying for septics, at least in my case, for 16 years, and there's people that have been paying for 30 years, okay? So we've been doing our due diligence regarding sewers. It's not a bargain, okay? We're still paying a lot of money. That being said, I feel like there's a lack of sense of urgency here. I feel as if the council and the mayor really don't grasp where we are coming from. And I can say that confidently in the grants. The mayor reached out in this conversation to say, if you know of any grants, well, share it with us. I don't think that's necessarily the best approach here. I really think that's a reflection.
No, what I
let
said
me
was,
finish,
now you're
Ms. Swager, let
misinterpreting.
me finish. I'm still talking. I don't think that is a reflection off of the urgency from the council, who is not on sewers. A gentleman asked a very reasonable question about grants, and your response was, well, why are you keeping this a secret? I don't think that gentleman was keeping this a secret. I think that gentleman was trying to raise awareness that perhaps the council and the mayor are not aware, because they're not impacted the way we are, that there are grants. Look, if Franklin Lake's got a grant, okay, I don't care what the situation is. I don't care what the litigation is, if there even was litigation. The fact of the matter is, someone else paid for their sewers. Okay, we're the neighboring town to Franklin Lakes. We're not much different. Our demographics are the same, our population's similar, the school districts, all that stuff, yada, yada, yada. But yet this is coming down on us. And I think that's a problem. And I think that's a problem that's connected to a lack of representation that we have here, okay, versus what we're facing in a council and a mayor that does not have sewers. So that's my comment. It's not a question, it's just a comment.
Now I will comment to your comment. There are 6 people on the council plus me. And the question was asked earlier, does anyone on the council have sewers? And the answer is, as far as I know, I don't think there's one person on the council or myself that have sewers. Doesn't mean I don't care. It doesn't mean I haven't tried. It doesn't mean that the borough has not searched out for grants and for funding. We do this all the time. We all have tried to get grants. We've looked into grants. We've talked to people.
Mayor,
by state, let me finish now. You
Sure.
asked me to let you finish.
Sure.
I said to that man that was screaming at me, I've talked to Franklin Lakes, and they had a very different situation. There were issues that we don't have. They had issues. We have issues that they didn't have. It is something different. Do you know how long I've tried? 8 years I've worked on this. I worked on this to try and get money. I worked on it to try and get help from the Northwest Bergen. I've tried to get money from the county. We have tried. However, what I did say was, when that man was so belligerent to me and so accusatory, I said, well, if he knows of a grant that we somehow missed, because no one in this world is perfect. I am not perfect. I don't know if you think you are perfect, but we may have missed a grant somewhere. Tell us, why would you keep it a secret? That was my comment.
Okay, I don't think you're a bad person, Mayor. I don't.
Well, depends on who
Okay,
you-
I don't. But I also think you misunderstood what that gentleman, in terms of what we're all feeling. That gentleman spoke on behalf of all of us. We're very frustrated, okay? And when we hear our mayor, our elected mayor, who's been in position for a number of years, telling us, hey, why don't you tell us, why are you keeping this a secret?
No,
when
that was a
big
response.
deal. When this, hold on, when this is a big deal, it's disheartening. And then when you couple that with the fact that nobody here has sewers, it really raises the question that maybe you're disconnected with what we're thinking, what we're feeling. I don't think that person was belligerent at all. I don't know that person from a hole in a wall, but I'll tell you right now, I was feeling exactly what that person was feeling. And if you want to call that belligerent, that's fine. But you know what? This is a forum here where our pockets are being impacted, and who knows what's going to hold for the future? Who knows if this is going to be an individual expense of thousands of dollars? You don't know that. I don't know that. Bialy doesn't know that. Okay, Mr. Young and all you guys don't know any of that. You can say things and you can do the research, but in the end, the bottom line is there's no representation in terms of the council and the mayor feeling what we're feeling. And that's my point. That's it. I'm not looking to debate my point. I'm looking to just state my point, because I think my point is shared by quite a few people. The 100+ people that were on this forum feel the same way that I do. And I'm not voicing this just to me. I'm voicing this because I've heard it from other people. And I'm a newcomer on this. I had a conversation with Mr. Bialy. He told me ignore the rumors. We're gonna talk about this. We're gonna make sure that we set this straight. And you know what? I'm leaving tonight, and we're 3 hours deep right now into this, and I'm leaving tonight saying to myself, I don't know. I really am confused about this. I don't know if I trust, because there's lack of representation.
There's lack of
I
representation.
have to, Mayor,
Because
Mayor,
it
can I get
turns
back in here?
out that no one on this council has sewers. You know what? I've gone when people have flooded. Now, do you get flooded?
I'm not the mayor.
Well,
I don't
I'm
know, what do
saying
think?
to
Flooding
you, I'm
emails
saying,
flooded,
so
or
do you
flooded?
care?
Oh, flooding. Sorry, I thought you
I've
were talking
gone
about
there
regarding
when
emails.
they've been flooding. I've done my
No,
best
no,
for them.
I'm
Just
not.
because I don't get flooded doesn't mean I don't feel for them and
I'm
don't
not
cry for them.
questioning your ability to serve as mayor in terms of the best interests of the people. But I am saying that based on your responses and based on how you treated that one gentleman, okay,
Oh,
I
after
think
he
you're a bit
accuses me of
disconnected.
lying. He accused me without knowing the
I
truth.
respectfully disagree. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm just respectfully disagreeing, okay? Because I feel the same way that that gentleman did. And I don't know that gentleman from Mahonawall.
I'm telling you that I have tried my best. Every time I've gotten a call about the smells up at Kiowa, I've run up there. I felt for them. I called the borough. I called Kevin Boswell. I called John Yakimic. I said, you got to get up there. These people are not, they don't have to deal with smells. I feel for them. I've been up there. What would you like me to do?
Well, I guess if that's your question, my response to that question would be, again, one of the focuses of this community, this community, the 200 plus houses, is to be 100 transparent, to not sidestep, to not pass the buck. I've noticed that already in this meeting already, but to be completely transparent.
What are we
If
passing the buck?
if you're telling us, okay, the way you're presenting this is a no-brainer. I can't understand why 125 people feel differently. I really can't understand that. You and the council need to convince us that this is a no-brainer, because that's exactly what your PowerPoint tries to do.
Who says it's a no-brainer?
Well, it's going to be cheaper. It's not going to cost as much. That's a no-brainer to me. Well, why would you not want to pay less money? You see, there's a lot of outside layers to this that I don't think people are understanding, and I'm having a hard time putting my head around this because I'm not in that world necessarily. But I got 120 plus people telling me that this might not be all legit. This might not be all no-brainer. There could be some very serious consequences here down the road.
You live
That's
on
all.
Massasoit?
Again, I'm not here to debate my thoughts.
Wait a
my
minute,
comments.
that development had to put in sewers because when the developer came in, they could not install septics in the ground.
Sure, I understand that, but at this point, I think of where I used to live before. I only had one choice for cable TV, and it was just Optum Online, and Optum Online completely sucked. I wish I had Verizon. Well, now I wish I kind of had the option possibly for my pocket. If I can go to septic, then I go to septic, but that's not an option. I'm at the mercy of the decisions that the council's making, of which none of them are sewer.
So you would like to be a part of the decision-making?
I don't know if you're asking me that question personally.
That's
I don't know
a
if I'm
general
necessarily
question.
qualified to be part of the decision. There are a lot more people on here. There are a lot more people on here that are a hell of a lot more qualified than I am.
But not
Okay?
as vocal.
That's what we sign up for. That's what we sign up for when we become elected officials. We sign up to represent you. I made a dozen trips down to Trenton representing you. I've been at more meetings than I can count on representing you. I do that every day. I got a call this morning from a lady who has a tree fall in her backyard from another neighbor. I got right on it to help her out. It's not that we're not doing anything. We do represent you.
I'm not saying
we do
that,
it
Mr.
every
Gianelli.
day, and we do it every day. I'm up and I hear people telling me stuff. I take care of business when I can.
Listen, I'm not questioning your ability to be an effective councilman, okay, for the township. You obviously won an election. I don't know what your history is. I don't know how many elections you won, but look, you won one, which means people believe in you. I'm not questioning your character or your intentions, but I see things in this sense. I see things. You got black and white. You got a council that does not have sewers. You got a council that's reaching out to the people to ask about grants, okay? And then you have
You're misinterpreting.
and then you have a picture of a neighboring town that, according to the mayor, has completely different circumstances than what Oakland has. I can't substantiate that. You're not going to substantiate that right now, okay? So I don't really know what kind of representation I have. If someone was on the council that had sewers, I guarantee you that person would be able to empathize with the 150 people that were here right now and not be called belligerent or whatever other terms that were used against that one gentleman.
Yeah, but your statement about the grants, I have to have to take umbrage to that because every one of the council people are always looking out for grants. We in fact hire grant writing companies to look out for. We
All right,
reach out to our other elected officials on the state level to seek grants out on the state level. We're always searching for grants. It's not
Okay.
something we wait for somebody to come knock on my door and ask me if I want a grant. No, we have to go looking for them. And
Well,
if somebody sees something that I didn't see or any of the other councils didn't see, I hear it from other towns. I have a network of people that represent other towns. I share my finds with other councilmen from other towns, and they do the same to us. We're trying to do the best we can with what we have available. That includes our networking. And
All right,
it's
well,
a constant, and this is not my first. This is not my first rodeo. I've been
I
here.
understand. I understand
I've been
that.
here.
Well,
I've been elected four times. and
okay.
so
That being the case, what you're saying is, and I think what the mayor is saying is that you're willing to hear our input regarding grants and regarding, I guess Franklin Lakes is a very close connection to us. And we're going to explore that. I would imagine there are going to be some people in this situation that are going to explore Franklin Lakes and see what the specific situations came about where they were able to fund this through a grant. And that's, that's fair game. That has to be considered. That has to be taken honestly and transparently. And that's it. Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Very good.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Always good talking to you.
Okay, next up, Farah Furman.
Ms. Furman, are you there?
Nope.
No, still not coming through.
We will come back. Next up, David Wallace.
Hello.
Hi, David.
Hello.
Hi there.
Well, David's my husband. My name is Leah Wallace. I'm at 101 East Oak Street. I just want to clarify. I missed the beginning of the meeting. I couldn't get in at first. And what this comes down to me is what's coming out of my pocket every quarter. And if I'm hearing everything correctly, for example, I'll tell you right now, my water bill every quarter is about $470, which I'm learning was not as much as other people. So according to what the last gentleman said, and I believe you said it was correct, that potentially could go down.
Yeah, so we're currently out looking. If we do nothing, our rates are going to probably go up 1 or 2% a year because that's what rates do based upon inflation and the cost of things. This project has the potential to keep rates flat to where they are, and depending upon where all the costs go in, it could go down. As somebody has said, if our contingency is not big enough and something collapses 287th Bridge, they could go up. But right now, in our best effort to outlook all of the costs associated, we think our costs for you are going to be roughly the same as they are today for.
Right. Yes, I understand. Just to clarify, this is inclusive of the penalties for somebody screwing up that we have to cover.
Yep.
I still don't understand that. In addition, the $6 million project over the cost of 30 years.
Yep.
And then any fees that this new company managing us will charge us. Well, all totals out to less than I'm paying now.
Yes.
Well,
so,
yes.
As
In
many of our
theory.
Equal to
in reality, as many of our professionals have said, the cost of operating and running these 3 small treatment plants, very inefficient. So the costs we're getting from Northwest Bergen are much more economical in terms of operation costs. And that's their connection fee and their user fee. So
Okay.
what we've got to deal with is the actual capital costs that we're going to incur to build the system to get the fluid out there to them.
Okay. I suppose, I guess I have one other question. There was a document I came across, unfortunately, I can't remember quite where. Somewhere said there were 262 residents. Now I'm hearing 235. And the line I keep hearing is active residents. What does that mean?
That's on me. The first time that we asked how many users were in the system, I went to the system and said, how many sewer accounts do we have? And it came back with 260. When we
Okay.
were looking and sending out notices, the sewer utility manager said, okay, these are the active users. First time I heard active versus inactive. There's a bunch of accounts that were mistakenly put into the system as having both water and sewer. Once an account is in the system, we can't take it out. It just becomes inactive. So the real number of users that actually put stuff into our sewer system is 235.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, resident John.
John who?
Just as John.
Hi, everyone. It's Sarah. My husband, John, went to bed. I have
That's
a
not fair.
question. Just a point of clarification.
Name
We
and address,
mentioned
please.
Sarah Michelle, 23 Cayuga Avenue. My
Okay.
question, the point of clarification is the $450 approximate quarterly cost. I want to make sure I understand this. It's going to include the smoke test. It's going to include the actual usage, the utility, and then the project costs. Is that correct? That's part of the 6 million or 5.7 million, correct?
That's correct. And the way this happens is we have operating costs to continue to operating our sewer system next year while the interconnect is being built, but we're not paying for the construction until after the project is done. And then the state will start charging us the annual installments to pay back the loan. So there's a period where we're going to be paying for ongoing operations, but we don't pay for the added capital costs until after operations have stopped. That's how it's maintained at the same rough rate.
Okay. And then my understanding is that phase 1, or whatever you want to call it, only includes one pump station at Huber Lake. So is this it's including all 3 pump stations for each sewer treatment plant?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Right. So the decommissioning project includes the replacement of the decommissioning of the 3 sewage treatment plants and replacing or putting in new pump stations at those facilities and an additional pump station at the Huber Lake site. So at the end of this project, when we start sending the flow off to Northwest Bergen, the system will have 4 pump stations.
And so this cost, the $450 quarterly fee, includes all
Yeah.
that.
Includes that because the installation of the pump stations is included as part of the decommissioning project. Yes.
Okay, so for my next question, it has to do with my conversations with Lou Levy. I'm not trying to bring up the past. I'm not trying to, undermine him, and he's not here to defend himself. I realize that. My question has to do with something he pointed out. He actually said NJDEP is affording us of permits when we install the pump station. Is that true?
Sorry, is what?
So NJDEP, the claim is NJDEP advised him that we do not need permits for Huber Lake. And I have that in writing, by the way, from him. And as you guys know, Lou Levy was town council president and the sewer chair. So my question is that true?
Kevin, can you recap again the permits that we're acquiring for, obtaining?
Well, I want to know specifically with the Huber Lake pump station, do we need a permit for that?
Yes, absolutely. You need multiple permits. I believe what Mr. Levy may have been saying was that you do not need the wastewater management plan approval to do that. So he may have either transposed whether you need WIMP approval or not, but you absolutely need
Permits.
treatment works approval, county road opening for approval, Bergen County Soil Conservation District, a lot of permits.
Thank you. I mean, I just want to make sure that we're paying $6 million and we're going to get our money's worth and not have any issues. I have a website for you all, whoever wants to take note. This is for the grant money. There's $329.7 million available with the state. njeit.org/apply. I'm just, listen, I'm all about solutions.
Right.
Let's just
So-
move
so if I
forward
can-
from
if I
here.
can
Thank you,
clarify- If
Sarah.
I can, if I
Sarah,
can
thank
clarify
you.
you. So Sarah, that is not a grant. We are getting money from NJEIT. It is a loan. It is not a grant program. They may reference that in some form or another, but the NJEIT is the one who is financing this project.
Okay,
So it's not a separate source. It is not a grant. They're not giving money away to do this. It is, they have that much available to finance these types of
Gotcha.
infrastructure projects at very, very reasonable rates.
And that's what they're doing for us.
Right.
and so I wanted also to touch on Franklin Lakes, and I know we've already got into it, but I did my research and I found that when Franklin Lakes residents pay their utility bills, their sewer utility, the government, the town does not touch it. So they pay directly towards NWBCUA for their sewer utility bills. And I know this as far as I'm concerned because we actually reached out to their town, submitted an Oprah request, and we asked for any kind of information about their connection with the sewer pipes. And when they got to town, they said they have absolutely nothing to do with it. This is directly with NWBCUA. So I just wanted to touch on that since it was brought up.
Kevin, could you speak? Because
yeah.
Kevin is the engineer in Franklin Lakes and worked on the sewers.
The way it works is that NBCUA requires, as a matter of law, that the town administer the billing because NBCUA has no direct ability to enforce lack of payment. So NBCUA, BCUA, Passaic Valley Sewer, Wanacue Valley Regional Sewerage Authority, Two Bridge Sewer Authority, they all work the same way. They send a bill to the town and the town then rebills each individual customer. And the reason why they do that is because if there's a non-payment involved, then the town and only the town has the ability to lien that property like a tax. So it's not true that there's direct payment to the NBCUA. We actually assist the borough in the preparation of the bills. And I can tell you that that there is a sewer utility in Franklin Lakes that is exactly the same as what we're talking about here. And I would also comment that the infrastructure that exists at the NBCUA is the reason why we have this option. It wouldn't, if it wasn't there, you would be rebuilding 3 sewer plants. You would be on the different colored curve that Mr. Young showed you earlier, where your rates would be going up substantially. So you're benefiting substantially from that infrastructure that exists right now, near your sewer service area. And that was part of the business decision that NBCUA made at the time when they went forward with a project. And there may have been principal forgiveness in place at that time. Many times there are different types of initiatives right now. Lead water services get a very large principal forgiveness. And we are in contact with the EIT continuously. I could tell you that within the past 48 hours, Giselle Diaz has been on the phone with EIT, and we know what grant programs, what loan programs, what special initiatives are in place. We know Barnegat Bay, combined sewer overflows, lead water services. We know all of them because we're involved in all of them. And so please understand that you have a specific timeline where you need to get this done. And getting it done means either take the plants offline or rebuild the plants. And you're using the EIT for funding, and you don't have those grant programs currently are not in place. But if they come online, you can take, as Mr. Young said, you could take advantage of them the same way that the NBCUA may have done. it's not a static process, it's dynamic.
Thank you, Mr. Boswell. I just want to be clear. Most of us on sewers, we're really in support of this new initiative. We don't want our sewer treatment plants. We just don't. It's outdated. It's failed. It costs too much money to maintain it. We get it. I don't think that's the issue at all. I think moving forward, we're trying to find a solution where I think, as you know, David Young mentioned, I forget with who, one of the residents, that we could probably offset some of the costs if we could find grants. And I know this is not it, but I think that's part of what we're aiming at. We're not against it, in other words, you know. My other point I wanted to bring up really quickly was, I was wondering, have there ever been prior legal action or settlements with the sewer residents in the past with the Borough of Oakland?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, not
I'm aware of.
You know, litigation?
Or a settlement, maybe it didn't even go that far with litigation.
Based on what?
Something similar happened and it was brought to my attention that in 1989, there was a 12-year settlement agreement. I tried to submit an OPA request. I didn't get anything back, but residents that were around that long mentioned that someone from our side and someone from your side got together and joined a round table, and they agreed on a certain price per quarter per household for about 12 years. And it lasted 1989 until 2001, where the sewer utility fees were a flat amount of $900 per year. So I didn't know if this is something that maybe, I mean, my point is maybe we should probably just go around the same round table and have a discussion if we could do that. Like maybe just invite someone so that we just have more transparency with what's happening, I think.
Yeah, so what happens with the rate structure, as I said earlier, we look at our expenditures now, and what they've done in the past is every organization, every finance committee, every council looks at things differently. But what our current process is, we look at our expenditures and we analyze our rates to make sure that we can meet those expenditures. And we do that every year. There's no way you could really look at, because we've already questioned whether how accurate we could be on our 5-year forecast or even a 1-year forecast for this construction project. So we actually outlook for 10 years, but we do a plan every year and reevaluate. And that's the process that we do. It's an open public process. You can come to the meetings of the governing body when we do budget, and you can see what we're doing and what we're proposing and ask questions.
That'd be great. Thank
Totally
you.
open.
And my very last question, I promise, is the new ordinance that you're passing, that you're voting on in October. Can you dumb that down for me a little bit and what that means for us as sewer utility ratepayers?
Yeah, Sarah, so what that is doing is reappropriating money in a sewer bond ordinance to fund the relining work in the Skyview Highbrook system. So we talked about the need to reline that because of pipe intrusions and I&I work and whatnot. This sets up the funding for that project. Okay. Can she unmute?
Thank you. And you will confirm that that's already part of this budget of the 6 million that we're talking about. Thank you. That
No,
I just want to confirm.
it is not part of the $5.7 million bond. It is a line item in the budget. If you look at the chart that shows the detail, it says future local capital. So we've outlooked that we need to do it, and we've included those future bonding costs. We'll do a small municipal bond with a private agency for that, because we think, Giselle, $340,000? $340,000. So that's a relatively small project. The NGIT wouldn't finance that.
So Sarah, it is in the proposed or the projected rate structure. Okay. Okay.
Okay, I have one more question from Chris Giordano.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. I'm back. I apologize. I did already ask questions, but I don't see anyone else on here, so I hope you don't mind.
Sure.
So July 27th of this year at a borough meeting, a resolution was passed, which states, quote, whereas the borough has been committed to the decommissioning of 3 sewerage treatment plants and is committed to fund any and all costs necessary for the decommissioning of the plants, including the connection. Now, everything I've heard since that date and including tonight has been completely contrary to a resolution that this committee has passed. I want to know what has changed. Mr. Napolitano, I would love to hear from you if you don't mind. Why that resolution is now being gone back on? What are the legal ramifications for this committee? Going back on a resolution that was passed, again, for all the residents out there, I want them to hear this information because it's completely separate and different than what you have told us for hours now. A resolution was passed July 27th, whereas the borough has been committed to the decommissioning of these 3 sewage treatment plants and is committed to fund any and all costs necessary for their decommissioning.
I don't believe that that's inaccurate at all. Remember that the ACO is signed by the commission, by the committee, and by the borough. So, right, I believe the resolution you're looking at is the one that authorizes the signing of the ACO, because I don't have it in front of me, so.
That is some of the other resolutions that are on there, right?
Right,
Those
so.
are the ones
but
that are
it is
above
the
it.
borough that is signing it, so the borough commits to it. The funding mechanism is different. The funding mechanism comes through the utility, which is the ones that benefit from the work. So, I mean, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe that's because the signature to the agreements are the borough. It's not the sewer utility, because the department's not going to accept.
The borough is a sewer utility.
Right,
In
we
terms of
own.
budgeting and
we own
financing
the
and
budget.
everything else, the borough is a utility.
How it gets funded is within
Right.
the town. So I don't think,
No conflict. The borough has to authorize all funding via resolution and or ordinance for the utility. So the mayor and council manage the current fund as well as the utility fund, as well as the general capital fund. They do that, and all of the resolutions will look the same, but they will be for the different utilities or funds that are part of the operations.
Well, that certainly isn't clear in all this. I mean, I hear what you're saying in that regard, but it's not clear. I mean, I think that we have a very solid argument that states that you are paying out of your capital funds for the decommissioning of these 3 sewer systems. It doesn't say where the money is coming from in this resolution. It just says that you are paying for it.
The project or process for financing most projects is a resolution authorizing the project to go forward. We can't finance without either a budget or a capital ordinance. The capital ordinance, eventually when it is passed, will very specifically state that it is coming out of the sewer utility. We haven't authorized the actual spending yet because we're still in the process of finalizing all the project and all the financing. But when it's authorized, it will be via the sewer utility, very specifically in the ordinance.
So can someone right now, because you guys have a lot of documents that you've been citing, can you let me know, based on my past question, which names you sent to Don Hirsch at the NJDEP as interested persons?
Sure, I will tell you, because in accordance with the statute or the regulation which you cited, which is 1714, it's NJAC 7:14 8.3A. It says we have to send it to the mayor or chief executive officer of the governing municipality, the county in which the violations occurred, and any other persons the department identifies. So the department did not identify anyone else, so it was sent to the county and the municipality.
The code that I'm actually referring to is NJSA 58:10A dash
You-
6.1, it's cited in the ACO, and it states, Oakland must send a written letter of notification to township officials and to any other interested persons. And that's
And the
prior to
regulation-
signing.
And the regulation identifies that the department will identify who those people are.
So what I was mentioning before is that no one has asked you who interested persons would be?
No, no one at the department asked me who would be interested. I sent them a list in accordance with the guidance they gave me. They did not add any other people to it.
Just to pivot a little bit, was the employee who was responsible for Oakland sewers who retired in 2018, now that we know that they failed to maintain the sewers properly, were they ever provided any disciplinary actions?
He,
The employee had retired already.
and it's a personnel matter, so we
Personnel
wouldn't
matter.
discuss it publicly.
Did you ever file a formal complaint with the state to pursue that individual's pension for his now known negligence?
Personnel issue, can't talk about it.
Who was his supervisor at the time, and is he still on staff at the town?
He was a division head within the Department of Public Works. And our DPW superintendent is still there, yes.
And what's the individual's name?
The head of our DPW, his name is Anthony Marcuselli.
Okay. Thank you. I'm finished with questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Gabrielle Dowd.
Well, we don't have Gabrielle. We have her husband, Staffer. But, good evening. Thank you guys for your actions and your efforts, and appreciate all you do and been in capacity that you do, and I recognize it. I'm sure you're out there for our interest, but there are some concerns that came up all night, and I just want to bring up and just clarify. If I understood right, there is no reserves put away for 20, 30 years from now when they're going to have to redo these systems. So for this system, when it breaks, whatever amount of time from now, they're just going to hit everybody again? Or is it like, do we do the same for our schools and municipal buildings, that we just leave it blank and then all of a sudden we're hit with $50 million of building costs? Or do we set aside reserves for our project?
Go ahead, David.
I was going to say, if I can answer that, I'll answer it, maybe stirring up, a different hornet's nest. But if you notice that your water rate, your quarterly base rate for your water went up by $11 this year.
11?
That's big. $11 per quarter.
Oh, okay.
Right. So that was as a result of the Water and Sewer Committee saying we have major infrastructure in the town for water. We need to forecast based upon the Water Quality Act that we're going to have infrastructure improvements that we have to do. So we have to start raising the money now to do them pay as you go, so we can do the improvements without having to go to bond and actually pay $400,000 in terms of bond and interest for a $300,000 project. So the borough has started to, under the current mayor and council, to identify and start planning future projects and putting money away to fund as you go. For the sewer, the project and the replacement was already here before they could start doing that forward planning.
Okay. A couple other questions. If I understand it right, and I believe Mr. Boswell used to live on our development here. I live in Chapel Hill development. That's not as old. So theoretically, is that system still actually functioning? And it's like you brought up cars that you eventually replace. Is it like we have a few-year-old car, but instead of just getting two, we're buying all three now because we have to do it? Or a system's only supposed to last 25, 30 years? It was built in the mid-'80s, this development, was it not? The one in Chapel Hill?
86.
Yeah. So again, so it's like 35 years old. Is that the normal life expectancy for these systems? I don't know. I'm not an expert at all at it.
It is not just the life expectancy of the treatment plant. It's also the fact that the regulatory limits were significantly changed since it was built. And Mr. DeBlock can comment further, but we know that when the permit was renewed, the permits get renewed every, I believe it's 5 years. And when the permit was renewed, sometime around the early 2000s, the effluent discharge limits significantly changed. So you raise an excellent point, Mr. Dowd, but the problem is that it lacks the technology to remove copper, and it is a very small system. And so if a slug of copper comes through, it is very difficult for Mr. DeBlock to be able to meet those limits. In fact, it's not possible. So that's part of the issue.
All right. Just a few other questions. First, my name is Vic Taffro, but that's fine. But
Okay.
That doesn't matter. A couple.
Now I know who you are. Now I remember. Okay.
No problem. Just a couple of questions for you. Mr. DeBlock seems, I see him often, and I think they work hard and everything else. But did we learn from the experience, and did we have the committee maybe go to our lawyers and our risk managers? And I happen to be an insurance agent. Did they happen to require much more stringent errors and omissions and professional liability coverage and general liability coverage, so that these circumstances, since I believe DeBlock is hired as an outside firm and not an employee of the town, you can correct me on that, did we at least learn that we have things in place that should there be an error, and I'm not accusing him of anything, I'm sure he's working hard, but let's say there was a gap or a negligent act, that we have the proper requirements and the proper insurance from him so that we have a resource to go after rather than just bill the 200 and something people. I don't know the answer to.
Yes, and Rob, you want to get into the insurance that you provide and that you're covered for?
You don't have to. I just wanted to know if they.
I just had to get myself unmuted. Yes, DeBlock Environmental maintains all the appropriate insurances, including pollution liability insurance. With that said,
Professional liability insurance.
professional, but we're also required to have pollution.
I understand the difference. Okay.
So now with that said, my insurance does not cover a plant that is not capable of treating to the levels that are required by your permit. If your plant is not designed to do it.
No, I'm not accusing you of that. I'm saying, but if you made major blatant
I can tell you I have not
in acts, your insurance would kick in for possibly the penalties and fees that the people have to absorb, not based on you not taking the copper out of the thing. But if you, I'm not saying you're going to do this. I'm not accusing you or suggesting you're going to do that. But if perhaps there was a situation that you had a lapse, like whoever this prior person supposedly messed up, the town would be protected. And I'm in no way saying you're going to do that. I'm just trying to ask the town, do we protect ourselves should that scenario come up again?
Yes. The short answer is yes. And I believe the town has named additional insured on my insurance.
Well, that doesn't necessarily protect them, and I can go into it with their risk managers if they want. What that means is if you did something and they get sued, they're protected, not really protecting us from your actions. But the other issue is to the town. I think somebody touched on it before and it really was skated and not answered. Was a formal claim put into your insurance company under your directors and officers and errors and omissions policy within the town for this disaster? And I'm not trying to be sarcastic. $400,000 is a lot of money to 225 people.
Yes, we asked our administrator to contact our insurance company immediately as soon as we learned of this.
No, but you can ask
Right.
them
So,
the question, but
so
there's
let me
different levels of
clarify.
insurance.
Have we actually formally submitted a claim at this point?
Yes.
No, I am working on the with the risk manager though to determine what coverage we may have in order to do that. So it is something that we are working.
Possible that the town, that us the group of us could be advised on the outcome of that. And it's
Sure.
going to come down to the
Sure.
policy language. It's going to come down to the endorsements and the coverages you have. It's going to come down to the company you're with and the exact language of your policies. And I understand that. It's just that, you know, this is trying. I mean, I don't know about everyone else on this call, but my last water and sewer bill was 4 numbers, and that's not counting the pennies. And that's a pretty steep quarterly bill. And I'm sure if we looked at these developments, the taxes we pay are fairly significant. And you guys work hard for us, and I think that's misconceived if anybody misunderstood. We know, I've been in boards and things. No one's paying you big money to do this. You do it because you're good people. And I think sometimes in this situation, whether it's you go out there and you fight like heck and it turns out they lower the premium or lower our bills by that 400,000 somehow with insurance or something else, it would come over as phenomenal job well done. And I'm not saying you're not trying to do that. I'm just saying that, don't give up so easy. I know you guys, I know all of you a long time, and I know you're not people that give up easily. So please keep fighting for us. Please try to keep helping us. And thanks for what you're doing. And, if we can get some feedback, I know I'm not speaking alone. We'd all appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
And more importantly, stay safe, everybody. And thank you.
Okay, next up, Dave Sandler.
Okay, welcome.
I hope you all can hear me.
We can hear you.
Hi, Dave.
Great. I just want to make a correction here. I am not Dave Sandler. Dave Sandler is one of my friendly neighbor, and who invited me to this conference, and I'm glad that he did, and all my respect to him for that. But I have a very simple question. This conference is definitely better than the last night's presidential debate. But
That's not so much.
It's a pretty low bar.
The question I have is obviously regarding my bill, right? Obviously, it's 22 Academy Circle. We're paying around $700 for sewage starting this year, every quarter. So question is, I think Mr. Young, you can answer this. Would this go lower than expected with this new project, or would that be increasing by 1 to 2%?
I'm very conservative when I outlook budgets. So very rarely do I outlook at a budget that is overspent. So I'm going to outlook a 1 or 2% increase every year, because I think that's appropriate for operations. I know what it's going to be next year. I know what all the costs are. I think there is very good opportunity upside that your bill may go down when we get out of the operations business. We've outlooked our utility costs to be the same as they are today, and we're doing water and utilities. We're doing electricity for full treatment plants and pump stations, and our future utilities are only going to be for 4 new, more efficient pumps. So we've outlooked, I think, very conservatively that they're going to go up a little bit. I think there's upside that they go down. But if you ask me what to put in the budget, I will put in that they're going to go up a little bit.
You're muted.
That's all from my end. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Sure. Have a great night.
Up, Danielle Swenson.
Hello, Ms. Swenson. Ms. Swenson, are you there? She's not muted, but
We'll come back. Next up, we have another question from Katrine Beck.
Hi there again. I know we're 4 hours into this and I really do appreciate it. And I hope that you understand that the homeowners here are just concerned with the fact that 4 hours later, we've learned that what we knew before, which is this is going to be our cost. My question is, there was some reference, Mayor, with respect to litigation as it related to Franklin Lakes. And if I understood you correctly, you were saying that there's something that prevents you from discussing that. Can you tell us what the litigation is or how that impacts this issue tonight?
You're an attorney, so you know I can't.
Can you just say what the name of the case is? Usually if there's a settlement, you can't talk about the terms of it, but what is the litigation as it has to do with?
I will not talk about it.
Does it involve the town of Oakland? Or
I
is it
will
another town?
not talk about it. You know, as an attorney, I cannot talk about it.
I know as an attorney, you can't talk about the terms of it, but
I will not be
knowledge
talking
as to what the case is.
I
Mr.
will not.
Napolitano can certainly say what the name of the case is.
I'm not talking about it.
Mr. Napolitano, are you going to tell us what the name of the case is?
To be honest, I am unaware of the Franklin. I was not involved in Franklin Lakes or in Oakland.
Okay.
Years ago, so I have no idea.
Do we know if Oakland is even a party or are we talking about something else?
Like I said, it's out of my. I have no idea what we're talking about.
Me neither. That's why I'm inquiring.
So.
So that's just going to be unanswered?
Yes.
For now, I guess.
Fantastic, fantastic. With respect to the fines, I just, we have stipulated in this ACO that these were fines. Representing insurance companies, and Vic, you and I should talk later. I don't know any insurance company that's going to reimburse fines. It's against public policy. So I'm just wondering what kind of inquiry we're making to what policy and what carrier with respect to what's going on here.
I can tell you again, in my conversation with the risk manager, it was to go to our joint insurance fund, which provides a variety of coverages, including coverage through an environmental joint insurance fund, to see if any of our coverages would apply to this particular situation. I honestly don't know the answer to that question yet, so I don't want to mislead anybody about that. It's just simply that we are looking into it to see if insurance can offset some of this and how it may do that. We don't have an answer yet, so I just want to be completely upfront about that.
Right, and I appreciate you saying that because I think there's an impression here or hope that people think we're going to put in a claim and some insurance company is going to magically, reimburse $421,000 that then would be passed on to us, which I can tell you it's never that easy. Is there a deductible or an SIR or some kind of premium before we can even tap into $1 of an insurance policy?
There likely would be a deductible that we have to satisfy. And sorry, whether it's the hour or what have you, I couldn't tell you offhand what that is at the moment.
Okay, and my last question is, with respect to the professionals we have here presenting, and as an attorney, I can appreciate the billable hours. Are the fees going specifically for the professionals on this to the stakeholders, or is that coming out of some kind of retainer that the town is paying on the whole?
Well, let's see. Mr. Boswell is, very generously donating his time this evening.
He used to live on Chapel Hill, so I appreciate that.
Next door.
You should have told me why you were leaving before I moved in.
Yes, Mr. Napolitano is charging against his agreement with the borough. Although I will point out that his agreement as our sewer council does come out of the current fund, not the sewer utility, because there are issues there that touch upon sewer service area in the future and is not just with the current sewer utility. So
Okay.
hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. And one more. Mr. Young, is there any other, I know Mr. Napolitano last because lawyers always say one more question, there's always 5 more, but is there any budget or is there any bucket of money that could actually be applied towards this expense that's not just the 235 stakeholders who are part of this sewer utility group? Is there nothing else that can apply to offset the costs?
Yeah, so I talk to my peers and I talk to people at the State Association, GFOA, that, help, guide us in terms of all fiscal matters when it comes to municipalities. In terms of the costs, no. If we needed to bond for the money because the sewer utility could not pay for the down payment, if we had to do a down payment, the sewer authority doesn't have $250,000 cash to pay the 5%. So if we had to do that, the current fund could loan $250,000 to the utility to be paid back at a later date for that down payment. But there's nothing that I've been able to get anybody to say where we could move any actual expenditures over to the current fund and spread them out over the municipality.
Okay, because I guess, there was some calculation before that if we took the 6 million and spread it out over the 4,500 homes versus the 235, it would be, dollars compared to what we have to pay and continue to pay. Is there no way to do that? Is there no other project, whether it was, the Patriots Way Bridge or the people who were flooded in River Road? Did every section of Oakland just pay for their own problem? I guess I'm wondering, is there a way to spread this out as opposed to just putting it on the 235 people?
Because the borough, back when the utility was created, chose to create it as a separate utility, then the answer currently is no. If they had chosen to just have it as a separate line item, like we do with streets and roads, as part of our current fund, then it would be spread out everywhere. When the streets and roads in your neck of the woods get paved, the whole town picks up the bill. They could have chosen to manage the sewer authority in that fashion and make it part of the current fund. There's downsides to doing that. If you're managing your town businesses, you can become restricted in your financing by cap laws and how much you can do in terms of project in a given year. But it would be advantageous, considering the small number of sewer users, it'd be advantageous to you, certainly, to do that. But
To
that's
have,
not the choice.
to have a sewer group as opposed to having it as a line item?
To have a line item, it'd be advantageous to the smaller number of users. They didn't choose to do that back when they created utility.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay, next up, Sarah Michelle.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yep.
Hi.
Okay, so my question is 2 things. So Farah could not connect earlier. She had trouble connecting. Her question has to do with phase 2. Earlier, we said if we ever get there, like it's a possibility, but we're not there yet. And this is why the argument stands that we should be billed for phase 1. So I guess her question, and I guess mine too, is at the March 11th, 2020 Mayor and Council meeting, it was mentioned that Resolution 20-116 authorizes sewer infrastructure project for phase 2 specifically. And that would be coming out of a capital improvement fund that begins with the C account. I'm sure David Young knows the C means it's paid from or funded by all taxpayers. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's out of the general capital fund. That resolution was to put aside money to pay our engineering firm the ongoing work that they have to do in order to do the wastewater management plan and all the things they're doing with submissions to the DEP and the state agencies, so that we hopefully at some point can get permission to do other sewer service areas. So that's
So
why
I understand, right?
That's
So
why
I guess
that
the
one.
question is, right, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I guess the question is, what is the difference between phase 1 and phase 2? I understand the argument is phase 1 is just for our area, the 230 homes or whatever it is now, are going to benefit supposedly only from phase 1. But phase 2, my understanding or beyond that, is that not all of Oakland will get sewer service areas or sewers to them. So why in phase 2 for this new capital improvement fund, why is that coming out of everyone's taxpayers? So I guess I see a discrepancy that you're saying, yes, it's okay to get taxes paying for this fund for phase 2, but not for phase 1.
So because of the way New Jersey finance law works, the existing utility pays the existing utility costs, and that is for the current decommissioning. And again, phase 1 is a DEP misnomer, not a borough concept. It is, we are doing, this because it needs to be done for decommissioning the plants. Because the investigation into changing the wastewater management plan is a borough-wide plan, we don't know what the restrictions are going to be. They potentially, though we think it's 100% unlikely that they give us permission to put sewers throughout the whole town, but because it's an investigation into the possibility, state law allows us to do that on a borough-wide general capital plan. As soon as it becomes, okay, this is the sewer service area that's going to be allowed, and the project transfers over to the utility, because the utility can now expand, it would then flow into just the utility. So it's state law allows us to investigate and charge the entire town, but not reverse it once you already know where the sewer service area is.
Got it. So by that logic, we could take money from all 4,000 households and taxpayer money, even if they never have sewers in the future, but you have to have us pay because this is an existing sewer system. Is that the difference you're saying?
Yeah, it's the state law will allow us to do certain costs as a borough-wide general capital. In this case, we are doing our wastewater management plan, which covers the entire borough, not just sewer. It can cover water, it covers storm sewer runoff, it covers a variety of other things. And because it covers all of those other things as well, it can be a borough-wide cost.
Gotcha. Going back to the relining of the pipes, my question to you is, where are we in that process? My basement is one of the ones that suffered property damage, along with several other homes in my area. I cannot fix it. I'm still in limbo now. I can't even get a contractor to come and give me an estimate, because what's the point? It could always back up again because we didn't reline with the pipes. Like nothing's really been fixed. We didn't reline the pipes. We don't have a new sewer treatment plant. We don't have a new pump station either. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't want to fall into the trap of investing money where it could happen again. It's just stupid if I did. My question is, where are we with that process?
Giselle, if you can unmute, but I can tell you that there was a blockage that was noted in the main line. When you had your backup, that blockage was cleared. There was some maintenance done by the DPW, and actually the blockage was removed. And the lining is intended to do two things. Number one, it's going to minimize the infiltration coming in, because in the future, your actual sewer bill that charged from Northwest Bergen Utility Authority is going to be a function of the gallonage that goes there. So if you have groundwater getting into your pipes, your bill will be higher. So that's one thing that is being done for just straight economic reasons. The other part is when you have infiltration, that's where roots get in as well, and they follow the water that's inside the pipe. So it will stop that from happening. And the last thing is, it's a code requirement to have tight sealed systems. So Giselle, where are we with getting the bid documents out?
No, so we're just, it's on the agenda, right, for the funding. I think that they're doing the ordinance.
Right, the funding ordinance is on for adoption at the next council meeting.
And also the roots were cut at that time. So we're
Right.
talking about lining for, it's for long-term root issues. But the roots were cut when that blockage, after that blockage, it was cleaned and the roots were cut.
And the roots caught the things in the flow, and that's what caused the blockage.
It was a plastic bag.
Yeah.
All right.
So let's say this October meeting, we pass this ordinance. How much longer after that would we start the smoke test, I mean, and the relining of the pipes? Like, what are our timeframes to get this done? Because as someone mentioned earlier, back in February, when we initially had this meeting, they said, this is the emergency. We got to deal with this first.
Jill, what's the time of completion of the job?
I think Kevin, off the top of my head, I don't know, but you said smoke testing. When they do the lining, videoing the line is usually the normal procedure, the routine procedure that you do beforehand. And then smoke testing is kind of obsolete because we are lining the pipe. So you usually do smoke testing to determine whether you have to line the pipe, and the borough has decided to go in that direction already.
We know we have a lot of infiltration, so we're going straight to the lining.
To the remedy.
And the lining is typically a 60-day project.
Correct.
It's not an invasive project.
So we're probably looking spring of 2021 at this point. Is that fair?
Yes.
Yeah, it'll be done March, April of next year.
Okay.
Completely done.
Yeah.
Okay.
The relining of the pipes in this.
I was told, I got a signal that we can only have 2 more questions.
Mike, who's next?
We have 2 more questions. So next up is resident Christopher Bermudez.
Okay.
Dave, my question is actually for you. So the sewer, all of us up here, we're one utility. We have to pay for everything ourselves for this whole project. So then phase 2, that's going to be added to our line item, and we're all going to have to pay taxes on that, even though we're paying for all this.
There is no phase 2. If
But
we
phase
get an
2 does happen.
approval, if we get approval with the WIMP to expand our sewer service area, the mayor and council, the water and sewer committee would then have to evaluate next steps along with Northwest Bergen to determine who's going to do what and when. Typically, Northwest Bergen would do the force main down 202, and then you would create the collection system around that. Oftentimes, and again, this is all theoretical projecture, things that typically happen, you would probably do an assessment on the local areas that you're going to connect to that sewer, saying that's how you're going to pay for the connection. Is that how we're going to do it? I can't say until the mayor and council and the water and sewer committee and Northwest Bergen sit down in a room and say, this is everything that we're going to do. We haven't gotten there yet because we don't have permission to do anything. It would be premature for us to go ahead and try to figure out plans to do something we don't know if we're going to be able to do.
But at least the town, the mayor and council could guarantee us, since we're splitting the cost of this $5 million for 220 houses, that when that happens, we're not going to be taxed for everyone else getting sewers. I think everyone on this meeting, the 63 participants that are left, would probably say it's unfair. Now that we're paying this $5 million, and if phase 2 does happen, we're going to be taxed for phase 2, even though we've already shelled out all this money for the first phase.
I think it would be. Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, so maybe I can just kind of cut to the chase with this. Because I think we touched on it in the presentation that as new users, we do expand the system, they will be required to pay a connection fee that is designed for them to pay their fair share of the capital and debt costs of that project. Okay, so the way it should work is as additional users come onto the system, it actually helps to drive down rates.
Okay, so when phase 2 does happen,
in the long
rates will go down.
In the long
Before
run,
that was,
right?
you guys said
I
no.
want you to have a perception there that that's going to happen in the next 3 years or 5 years. But usually as you're increasing the system and adding users and they're paying their share into it, and you have a bigger pool of people to distribute that budget cost over, the rates will drop. There'll be cost avoidance there.
All right, so because we're paying for this over 30 years, so somewhere in the 30 years, if everyone else gets sewers, you're saying that our rate will go down.
Your rate should go down. Yes.
That's fine. I'm happy with that. You guys have a nice night.
You too.
Okay, let's try Danielle Swenson again.
So, no?
No.
All right, so then that's it. I want to thank everybody for participating. And as you know that you can always email us, call us after the meeting anytime with questions that were not answered for follow-up. Feel free to contact us, and we are there for everybody. In spite of what some people have said, we represent everyone, and we do our best to help everyone. And we are very fortunate that we have the professionals we have that help us along the way. So thank you.
Thank you.
So good night, everybody.
Good
Take
night.
care.
Take care,
Thank you.
everybody.
Good night.
Drive safe, those of us who are driving.